All right, good evening, everybody. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order for the June 23rd board meeting at 6:30. 1B roll call. If I could have a roll call, please.
Kelly Jensen present.
Paul's graph here.
Brianna Texoni here.
Chad Wadsworth here.
Tim Jorgensen here, for the record, show that all board members are present. Item 1C, regular board meeting agenda. Do you have a motion to consider?
I'll motion.
Brianna,
Chad will second.
Chad second. I do have an amendment that I'd like to propose to the board before we get that on. Under business, we have pursuant to the Government Code section 54954.2. I'd like to move that we amend the agenda to add to section 12 of the agenda an item to approve the local indicator self-reflection tool for LCAP. This item must be approved by June 30th, 2022 as an item separate from the local control accountability plan LCAP. And it came to the attention of the district after the agenda was posted. So with this, what I'm moving that we have do is that we will reassign the agenda item number 12B to be the local indicator self-reflection tool / LCAP. And then the current agenda items 12B, C, D, E, F, and G will move one slot on the alphabet and will be reflected as 12 C, D, E, F, G, H without any change to content or title to those redesignations. Is there a second for the amendment?
Chad will second it.
The motion is seconded. Any board member discussion? Hearing none, call a question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Paul's graph, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. The record reflects that we've amended the agenda as listed, okay? Item 2A, public participation, Dr. Zahaki.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. At this time, we don't have public participation prior to closed session. Thank you.
Okay. Item 3A, closed session. We have a motion to consider closed session.
I'll motion.
Brianna?
Kelly Jensen, second.
Okay. In closed session, the board may consider items conference with labor negotiations, public employee discussion, discipline, dismissal, release, conference with legal counsel, and or student matters. Board member discussion? Hearing none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Paul's graph, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. Record reflects 5-0. We'll adjourn to closed session at 6:35 p.m.
For once.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to reconvene from closed session at 7:34. If you'll all rise, please, I'll lead you in the flag salute. Item 4B, copy of the civility statement. Communicate clearly and concisely with a respect for the time of others. Listen objectively, carefully considering the opinions of others. Understand the counterproductive effects of disruptive, demeaning, or intimidating behaviors. Understand and respect district policies and procedures. And maintain a respect for the rich history of the district and the efforts of others who have served in the past. Item 5, closed session, report on action taken in closed session. The board will consider and may act on any of the following items in closed session. Any action taken in closed session will be reported in open session as required by law. Closed session may be called at any time during a formal meeting by a motion of the Board of Education for the purpose of discussing personnel problem, pupil problem, a purchase consultation on a legal problem with an attorney and with employee organizations in regard to salaries or fringe benefits. All formal action involving such matters must be made in open meeting. The items are conference with the labor negotiators, B, public employee discussion, C, conference legal counsel, or D, student matters. It's my duty to inform that no action was taken in closed session. Item 6, public comments. Public comments and recognition and reports. Do we have any comments?
Yes, we do, Mr. Jorgensen.
I've read that, submit the request to speak to the Board of Trustees. Cards, you've got those located at the back of the agendized. It can be on an agendized or a non-agendized item to the superintendent prior to the meeting, which we have. Not more than 3 minutes are allotted to any one speaker and no more than 20 minutes on the same subject. This portion of the agenda is for comments, recognitions, and reports to the board. It is not intended to be a question and answer period. If you have questions for the board, please provide the board president with a written copy, and an administrator will provide answers at a later date. So we have one moment, please. Okay, in no particular order, I'm going to go ahead and put them by their content. The first speaker would be Ms. Pamela Wolter. When you come up to the mic, please state your name for the record.
Pamela Wolter, Acton Town Council member. So I'm going to start out with a little announcement from the Acton Town Council. Our meeting was canceled this past week, number one, for Monday being a holiday. Wednesday, it was canceled because of the storm. So our next meeting is this coming Monday night at 6 o'clock at the library. We do have the county, well, I should say this first. We are now in a Zoom process. It took us a while to get up to the library to be having our meetings on Zoom, but they are on Zoom now, but it's hard for people to know, when we're meeting and what time because of the cancellation. So this coming Monday night, we've got Edison will be on Zoom. So all of our questions that we've got with Edison, and also Public Works, as far as I know, and regional planning. So there's some important things happening in Acton with regards to the county. So I'm inviting everyone to please get on the Zoom if you can, or attend the meeting, and then you can, participate a little better. My second response is from me.
6 p.m., correct?
6,
Monday.
Monday, at the library. big screen. It's wonderful. We're very happy with how we can do our meetings now. My second, that was my public service announcement, I guess. I'm a 32-year resident of Acton, 28 years as a business owner. And the feedback that's coming back to me personally, people, my clients, past clients and people are contacting me about the school board and what's happening. I'm not going to say anything about what people are saying to me, but I'd like you all to know it's not positive, that the comments that I'm getting, and I'm very sad. You all know that I was the president of the Acton Agua Dulce Brokers Association for 20+ years. We raised a lot of money for this school district. I don't want to cry about it, but I'm damn close. That's where I am, folks. Thank you for hearing me out.
Speaker Tracy Constant.
Should I only speak on the one comment, or how would you like me to do this? I have.
Yeah, 3 minutes. You put down the PTS update, but
Yeah. I was just wondering if you wanted me to just do the PTSO one right now?
So that's a public announcement, there's no time on
Okay,
that, please.
all right. So, thank you for letting me do this. I wanted to give you the end of year update for PTSO. First of all, I want to say thank you to Yolanda, because she's always so wonderful in helping us, and she's super supportive of me personally and the PTSO, so thank you so much. I will be continuing to serve as president, and I'm happy to do so. We were able to have staff luncheons this year, and I believe these small acts of kindness went a long way with the staff. At the end of the day, it's just food, but I think it was a year that everyone needed these extras, and I was happy to provide that with my group. The Spring Festival was wonderful. It was our first one. It was very well attended. So thank you to Celeste Brooks for heading that up, and for Mary Fife for all her hard work and securing donations. So I think every single business in Acton Agua Dulce donated for that. I did want to say that I attended a couple of DLAC meetings. I want to say thank you to Jana Largent for being so great at the meetings. She's very engaging. She's genuine. I appreciate that. I did notice a disconnect with the parents, and that was concerning to me. I think that as a parent group leader, I'm going to do better at involving all of our parents. I don't think Spanish should be an issue. All of us should work together. All of our kids are together, and I appreciate you and your views very much. Lastly, I want to say, for those of you that went to the Parade of Tables, if you remember, Supervisor Barger generously donated to the parent organizations at each school. There was conditions with the monies that were given to the groups, and the conditions were that we had to spend it, and we had to spend it on what was spoken about that day. And we were fortunate enough to have an ASB student speak for us, and she spoke on MTSS, which luckily is a broad umbrella. And so we were able to think about rewarding the students on campus for positive behaviors was something that they could all enjoy. So with the help of Dr. Murphy, he facilitated for me to meet with the ASB leaders and have them decide, because I felt they should decide what they want. And they wanted a indoor-outdoor ping pong table that was heavy duty, and we were also able to purchase, because we had money, an air hockey table. So I have those purchased. When I'm allowed to deliver them, I will. I believe we were going to try and put them in a room because of the weather, but I'm told I'll deliver those. And lastly, I also wanted to just thank my poor people that you know very well that have volunteered throughout the years here. Susie Ames and Maureen McLaws, Lee Jennings and Don Schneider, Karen DeHemmer and Karen Jewett, Mary Five, Celeste Brooks, Amy Haydu, and Irma Gonzalez. Thank you so much. That's all I have on PTSO.
Since you're there, you want to go ahead and do your other ones too?
Yes,
Do you want me to call your name out each
Yes,
time?
please.
Okay, to Miss Tracy Constant,
Tracy
please.
Constant, yeah. So this is my general comments for today. As president of the parent organization, I feel it's my duty to address the situation on how Dr. Murphy was let go. I felt it was very unkind and very unprofessional. And it wasn't just graduation and the minutes after being summoned into his office. It was the weeks and months leading up to it, the constant micromanaging of his every move, telling him to just get through June 10th. Like, imagine being told that over and over again while you're trying to continue on with your daily work. It was mind games. His termination and the timing of it, to me, was designed to humiliate by allowing him to preside over graduation. And within minutes, he was given an ultimatum. These tactics should not be allowed in our district. We're teaching our little kids at Metal Art about kindness. Now, they're participating in kindness projects with Bambi the person, that is. And yet your top paid administrator is treating personnel, whether it's disciplinary or termination, in such an unprofessional manner. The liability that lies within this district is not on the person we let go of 2 weeks ago, it's in this district office. And you as the governing board are allowing this to continue, and it's not new. The teachers were here a few weeks ago voicing their concerns. I was here, Adam was here. No one called me back with my concerns. That would have never happened under previous board members and previous administration. The administration here sees your behaviors during meetings, and they in turn treat staff and parents in a similar fashion because it's deemed appropriate. There are big issues of safety at the high school, grossly mishandled, and not by me, but by the incompetence and egos of people in this office. That has to do with suspension days and serious charges. And I know this to be true because I witnessed it. I was in the front office when something very terrible happened. The safety of our students and staff should matter always, period, first thing. And because of egos and people sitting here in this district office and their four walls here safe, this matter was not handled in the best interest of our students. When disgruntled employees leave, they talk and they leak information to me. And it's my job to differentiate if it's factual with documentation or if it's personal. And I can tell you that I have documentation and witnesses on some issues, and these things should concern you. Not redoing gym floors, logos, and putting your own personal friends in positions in your sites as coaches and staff. That's what I have on that. And then agenda item 9K.
Yes,
Okay, there's a new item added to this contract of $90,000. Seems like a lot of money to me for this particular thing. Item number 2 on this contract says to facilitate training staff in the community in respect to school climate and social emotional development. I want to know exactly what that is. And I want to know if this has to do with the wellness center that no one knows anything about, because it's my understanding only 2 people went to that last meeting. So there needs to be another meeting or a survey on the community on what this is. That's a lot of money. And our other counselors don't get paid nearly that much. That's all I have to say.
Yes.
Okay.
The next one, Sarah Mendoza.
Hi, Sarah Mendoza. This is just general comments regarding the board members and Dr. Sahakian and things that took place 2 weeks ago. I think that with anything that we've learned the last 2 years with the scamdemic, and the purpose of board members is that we, I think as a population, have woken up to the fact that I think we've all been asleep as far as what board members do. And we've woken to the fact that you do work for us. And when you guys have a community of teachers and students and parents screaming at you to keep a principal, when there was no discipline for him, there could have been things that were worked out. And by one vote, that changed everything. And I think that we're done. I know 2 of you are not running for re-election and you're up for recall. I'm pretty sure you've heard it through the rumor mill, but we want you to resign. If not, we're definitely, the recall process is going for you. Because do you know who my daughter is? Well, you probably do now from the last meeting, Miss Mendoza over there. But you don't know what's best for her. I do, and my husband does. None of you know what's best for our children. So when we are all here screaming at you to make a decision for our children because we know what's best for them, and you guys don't listen, that's a problem within this community. We haven't forgotten. There are things that we don't want in our schools. We don't want the wellness center that people don't seem to know about. We don't want pregnancy tests or any off-color sexual exploitation on our school campuses. We don't need our school campuses to be medical facilities. There should be no longer the fraudulent COVID testing that is actually really bad for our kids, and they don't work. We don't need there to be vaccination sites on campus. We don't need the nurse acting as if our campus is a urgent care. And there's a lot of things that you guys are making decisions on that we're not standing for anymore. Dr. Sahakian, I feel this is a stepping stone for you. You don't belong in this community. You don't belong in our school board. And the other 2 of you I know are not running for re-election. And that is what we want as a community. It's not, we're sick of it. We've learned that we have the power. The community actually is the people that have the power, and we're going to use it. That's why.
Sadie Mendoza.
Hello all, board, community members. I am Sadie Mendoza. I was asked here today to speak for not only my kids, right, my peers, because that's what I am. I'm a representative. But I was also asked here for our teachers or staff members. They asked me, they actually gave me a couple points today. My first one is that Dr. Murphy, we all believe, was wrongfully terminated. And if that was a personal thing, then it was. But if it wasn't, then it wasn't, right? Because we don't know. And I don't think we're really asking for the main point of that. We're just asking if there's something he did. Because we do know it's a small town, right? We have a lot of rumors and stuff going on. But if there's something Dr. Murphy did, okay, great. But it was just something personal, then we don't think that's great. The next point is that our voices should be heard, right? And as we were, right, was it about 2 weeks ago? All of us kids were here, and I think that's my big problem is that us as kids were here, we're standing up for something which our generation doesn't do anymore, right? Everyone's more involved with their phones, and everyone would rather sit on their couch watching the newest Outer Banks season than we are to do anything else, right? But no, we came here. We came here to help our principal that has done so much for us, and we just know that what we said didn't have a ultimatum for you guys, right? It didn't fall into your ears, right? It was like wax. Your ears were covered with wax, and you were not able to express yourself to you guys because that just wasn't going to happen because your brains were already set on it, right? Our brains are a powerful tool, and if you already have your mind set on something, nothing's going to change that. My next point is you guys were elected. Why were you elected? You guys were elected for us as a community, right? As here for our kids. for my friends. That's what you guys are here for. And not even that, it's here as the US, right? Because maybe this is a small part of it, right? But we are all still here connected as Americans. And I think that's a big point we have to go on. Because how are you supposed to say that you care about us when we're all supposed to be connected and us as kids do not feel that? And I know from all my friends what we've been saying, and just like as we said, non-positive things to say the least. It's hard. Because when we fight for something, people always try to say that the good guys win. I'm not saying that you guys are the bad guys. I'm just saying you guys weren't hearing us. And that's a really hard thing. Our next point is that we will not let another unfortunate situation just go back past us, right? Because I've heard, I wasn't around, but I heard that just things like this have happened in the past. When we swept under the rug, or many other things, right? So how are we supposed to sit here and say that you guys have our backs when we don't, right? You are guys who are taking our umbrella in a horrible rainstorm. So how are we supposed to sit here and respect you guys if you guys are not respecting us back? We also should know, you guys should know, is that there was a petition that was signed with over 670 signatures, right? This is a small community, that's a lot of people, right? So, and it's growing too. By the day, it's more signatures are getting signed for Dr. Murphy, right? Because maybe there is, I know that there's a couple people who don't like them, and that's okay, because guess what? There's always gonna be a bad guy to someone's story, right? It's just life, that's how it works. So if you guys wanna go off of that, that's fine. But nothing should be personal in a business matter, right? I've grown up in a business my whole life. So how is that allowed? It's not. And just knowing that our upcoming elections are coming up, I know a couple things are going on. I'm not gonna really go off that because one, I'm not able to vote, and two, I don't think it's really my place. So I'm not really gonna touch on that, but I know our community leaders right here in this room, because maybe they're not you up there on this board right here, but they're here. These are our parents, right? The friends of our parents. They're the ones who make things happen for us kids. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Item 6, Golden Spotlight, Dr. Sahaki.
Is that it? Hang on. Is that it? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people here, we're here to listen, we're here, if you have something to say, please. There we go.
Speaker Liz Sotelo. Please state your name for the record, please.
My name is Liz Patello, and I am talking in behalf of my fellow community members and other parents, which are calling for the immediate resignation of you, Ms. Jorgensen, and Ken, and I believe Kelly. It has became very clear that the Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District Superintendent, Board President Tim Jorgensen, and board members Kelly Jensen and Mr. Kent do not have the best interest of the students, the parents, the staff, or the community members that stand in unison with them. Over 100 people were present at the last board meeting on June 9, 2022, in support of Vasquez Principal Dr. Murphy. The testimonies, phone calls, petitions, and countless emails pleading to keep Dr. Murphy as principal fell on deaf ears. All of those named above, and the decision to fire him came with no explanation other than calling it a personal matter that cannot be discussed. It's apparent that this was personal, politically driven, especially when Dr. Murphy has 100% of the student staff support and 2 members that were against his termination. It is time for our voices to be heard and for these self-serving individuals to leave these positions. We are tired of history repeating itself. The time for change is now. Now, at the end of the elected term or contract, therefore the students, parents, and staff of Vasquez High School hereby call for the immediate resignation of Superintendent Shakakian and Board President Jorgensen and board members Jensen and, I'm sorry.
Paul's draft.
Thank you, Paul's draft. That was sent to me by my community. Me, myself, I have reached out to some members and some have responded. Thank you to the ones that have. Jorgensen, the community doesn't want you. You don't represent our children. You did at one point, and that's why you're sitting there, but now you gotta go. Whew.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Mason,
Mason, Tiffany Mason.
Tiffany Mason. I'm not a public speaker, so I'm gonna try to keep this short, but I graduated in 08 from Vasquez. This has been going on too long. We never, since before 08, after 08, had a principal who had 100% graduation rate. 100% graduated this year. Our seniors, every single one of them graduated. That was not when I was in school, not after, and not before I was in school. Never once till this year. And that was Dr. Murphy. I know that, guarantee you, I know students, seniors, that were not going to graduate this year. And he made it possible for them. This is not okay. I respected you, Jorgensen. I know you don't remember me. That's okay. I respected you. I don't anymore. I cannot believe that you voted that had them removed. Same with you, Ken. I'm sorry. And I know it's not good to speak out against you. I know what happens, but I don't care. I'm surprised by your vote. And I'm really disappointed in you guys. Very disappointed. I'm considering pulling my kids out of the district. I don't want to send them back to these schools. I was born and raised here. My grandpa built back and forth for church. I am a member of this community. I've been here my entire life. And I've never been so disappointed. You let me down, Jorgensen. You were one of my teachers and my principal, and you promised me you would have my back. And I voted for you, and I thought you would be there for my son and my daughter, and you're not. You're not. Thank you. You guys have a good night.
Okay, so I'm
Hold on,
Sally
hold on.
Armas.
Sally Armour, state your name for the record, please.
Sally Armas. And I usually go to the DLAG meeting. I represent DLAG to the police because those parents don't speak English. And usually I stand up for everything. I've been standing up for my son because he's been bullied and everything. But it's like when you start getting intimidated, like the school district, and sending you stuff, I have proof. It's not right. We're trying to stand up for our children. Our children. That's why I'm standing up. All children. I've asked for the special education teacher. I just keep on getting like, oh no, she quit before she even started and stuff like that. I just want you guys to know it's for our children. You guys might not have kids in our school district, but I do. And I've even asked to move my kids. I've asked for you guys to help me get my kids to another school with transportation. And you guys have not listened to me. I spoke to Yolanda and all she says is like, oh no, we're gonna do it better. We're gonna do it better. And never changed. I have so many complaints. I have done more than 60 calls to the district. It's not fair. Not fair for my child, not fair for the rest of the parents that are going through. So we're tired of this. You guys need to start stepping up for our kids. That's what it is, our kids. My child, other children. And you guys need to stop intimidating parents that are trying to stand up for these kids, including myself, because it's not funny. It is not funny whatsoever. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, 6B, golden spotlight, Dr. Zaki.
Mr. Jorgensen, we don't have a golden spotlight for this evening for 6B.
Seven A, add a representative.
Sheldon Parks have represented had 2 weeks to process what transpired from the last meeting. And as you can see, the residual is still here. I think I mentioned in my comments last time that this is going to be felt for a little while. This is not going to go away. This is not one of those events where you have the crowd show up and, and made their noise and then the sentiments just dissipated. The hardest part for Ada, and I did a lot of soul searching with them. This was a hot topic. It was, it's frustrating to continue to bring you issues that affect our everyday job. Since I've been Ada representative, I've spoken on the need of consistent leadership. Some of you guys have been on the board a long time, and I've had 17 principals since I've been here, between the 3 schools. There's no leadership there. How do you sit there and advance scores? How do you change culture? How do you enforce discipline when you have no consistency? This board is responsible for that. Ada members have lost faith in the leadership of this board. We don't have the confidence that you will make the right decision because somewhere down the line, it stopped being about the kids and it started being about ego. And you can't run an organization like that. You cannot. It will devour itself from the inside. And the crazy part is what transpired with Mike Murphy, for me, is not about Mike Murphy. It's about how people are treated in this district. And it starts with leadership. It starts with you. When I have board members eviscerating the newspaper lady for quoting you, it seems petty. And what it does is it starts creating a culture amongst these 4 walls. People hear that and they go, oh, if that man can do it, then I can do it as well. And so our words matter. I've told you that from the day I stood up here. Your words matter. And when you sit there and you say it's about the kids, look, I truly want it to be about the kids. That is the only reason why I'm in this district. But don't tell me, show me. Your words are hollow. Don't just believe the Ada representative where somewhere down the line, my words, my comments have become less impactful. I stand with full authority with my union, and we stand in solidarity and say this leadership is lacking. It is almost impossible to do our job. What they ask teachers to do on a daily basis is incredibly difficult. It's even more impossible when you have leadership that is making bad decisions. From renewing that charter school that we're all of a sudden we're already bleeding ADA, and we're going to allow another charter school to come into our district to suck more kids away. And that decision caused us to cut staff, which caused us to not service our community. Your decisions reverberate. It means something. When you cut a principal loose, and look, this is not the first time that this has happened. This is not the first time. When you sit here long enough, you start seeing patterns. Did the same thing to Dan Andrews. Let him loose June 10th, June 15th, when you knew right away that you were cutting him out. Why do I have district officials micromanaging graduation and the senior walk and not including my principal? Because they knew what they were going to do. This was purposeful. And you all are accountable for that. Because it creates a culture in this community. It creates a culture. You've raised another generation of students who are now going, this board doesn't listen to me. They have their own agenda. Now, look at me. I don't come up here and lecture you because I feel like it's a career advancement. I come up here because I'm vested. I come up here because I give my heart and my soul, and every other Adam member does too. We're here not because of the money. We're not here because of the ideal working conditions, from the toxic environment that is being projected from this leadership. We're here for students and make a difference in our community. And we need people to start pulling in the same direction. Because if we don't, we'll continue down this path. Where 10 years from now, we'll have a parent who's lived their entire life. I've been here since 2000, and we see the same thing over and over. Okay, let's break that. Let's stop right now. You're all intelligent, smart people. People believed in you. They voted for you because they thought you could do an excellent job. They have full confidence and faith in you. Me personally, sir, when I heard you were elected, oh my God, I did backflips. Finally, I have somebody who understands what it's like in the day-to-day grind. And you had kids here 2 weeks ago begging for you. I want to know who was the voices that were against Dr. Who were those voices? Who were those loud voices that you heard? And did they get due process? Because in the paper, I read somewhere he was let go because he had his due process. I know what due process looks like in this district. Believe me, I've been investigated by this board several times. Due process is you get a disgruntled employee, a disgruntled coach, a disgruntled community member to run to their favorite board member to take up their cause. And all of a sudden, they're sitting there doing their little investigation. And they don't come to the people that are around. Did you go to any of the people at Vasquez and talk to them? Did you talk to the people that were in that meeting? There were other people that were part of that meeting. Did you talk to them personally? Did you ask questions of them? Did you ask the staff, hey, some other people were in there. What was their perspective? I would like to hear their written statement. Did you even give due process? You didn't, because you haven't on any other person who you investigate. I know exactly how you treat us because I'm living it. This job is hard enough, and I so desperately want to partner with a board leadership that puts kids first, period. Last week was not about kids, last week was about adults. I know I'm coming at you strong. My frustration level is high. It's been a tough year. COVID has just kicked our butts. I hope when you're next, you're done January, right? I hope that you just had a nail it in. Please, we need committed people who are working with us. If this vote was 3-2, that means it was politics. There's every vote I ever hear, it's 5-0, 5-0, 5-0. This one was 3-2. Please don't give up on us. We need your leadership, your voice. You have to have your own perspective and speak it, please. Thank you for your time.
CSEA representative. Ken? Student representative is absent. Superintendent Gold Standard, Dr. Zahaki.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. So I'm just going to wait for Ms. McCauley. She's going to queue up the superintendent report. Okay, thank you. No pressure there. To my right. This was a few weeks back, but on Sunday, June 5th, I had the great privilege of seeing the harmonic bronze. We have a couple of pictures up. Seeing the harmonic bronze in person, their end of the year program within our community held at Meadowlark was not only exceptional, but very well attended. Congratulations to the Harmonic Bronze for their time, their energy, and above all, dedication over multiple years. And the students that were actually in Harmonic Bronze for multiple years were recognized by Mr. Rowland. And speaking of Mr. Rowland, most importantly, we thank him for his commitment, leadership, and efforts with Harmonic Bronze. Mr. Rowland, you are truly one of a kind. Okay, the next slide, Ms. McCauley. There's a couple more pictures, a few more pictures there. And one more slide over. It's a little bit edited version of the Harmonic Bronze end of the year program. I know we missed them for the winter performance, unfortunately, just due to COVID and so forth, so on. But if you could just bear with us, they did an outstanding job. It's edited, a few minutes. We'd like to go ahead and show this for our community this evening, so thank you. Thank you once again, Mr. Rowland, and the phenomenal students and community members as part of Harmonic Bronze. Outstanding job as usual. The next slide that we'll go on to, again, student achievement, our senior walk. After a 2-year hiatus due to COVID and backed by popular demand, we were thrilled to be able to coordinate the 2022 senior walk on June 8th. Thank you to VHS, High Desert, and Meadowlark. Thank you most importantly to the graduating seniors for inspiring our future Mustangs. In the next slide, Ms. McCauley, I think we have a little snippet put together for the senior walk. Yes.
Good luck, guys. Thank you. Not
That's just a little snippet, but students were excited, particularly our Hawks moving forward to be future Mustangs. They had their Mustang gear, so kudos to all that were involved. Lastly, summer school is in full swing. Dates for summer school, June 21st through July 19th. course, July 4th, a holiday, school will not be in session. Two programs are running at the moment. At Meadowlark, we have our preschool through 7th grade for extended school year, as well as 8th through 11th extended school year at VHS, plus our general education courses, 8th through 11th at VHS. Visiting the sites, both Meadowlark and Vasquez this past Tuesday for opening of summer school. Everything was very smooth. Thank you to everybody involved, and thank you most importantly to the staff at both sites. That concludes my report. Thanks, Mr. Jorgensen.
Thank you, Dr. Zakian. Item 70, COVID-19 reports. Dr. Zakian.
Yes, so COVID-19 cases across LA County seem to have stabilized, although still quite high. Within the past 2 weeks, the Acton Agua Dulce surrounding areas, we saw 42 new cases reported. In our school community, we have 3 positive cases reported to us since June 8th. And the Department of Public Health, DPH for short, released High Desert from its outbreak status as of June 17th. We have officially moved over to primary health and are no longer taking tests through the color laboratories per our nurse, Nurse Carrie. All students and staff who need to be tested must register on the primary health platform. We'll continue to test employees as required and students throughout summer school on Mondays only. Again, home kits are available at district offices from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. Thank you.
Item 7, submissions. Do you have any submissions, Dr. Zakian?
No, sir, no submissions.
None? Item 8, board member comments. So we'll start with Ms. Jensen.
Thank you. I just want to say that I was able to attend the graduations also, and I thank you. But one of the things that really stood out, I had the privilege of standing next to Nicole Salcedo and Tiffany, and how many comments the kids were making about, thank you, I couldn't have done it without you, and so glad you made it. We knew you could do it. So yes, 100% of graduation, we should be very proud of that. But I do want to just recognize the things that I was hearing up there, the kids that were just really pouring their hearts out to the both of them. So I just want to thank them too as well as all the teachers. It takes everyone to help our kids through that. So thank you for that. Always great to hear the bronze harmonic. Mr. Rowland does a fabulous job. So I'm always amazed every time I hear them. Just a small town could have so much talent around bells. So that was very impressive. And I wanted to thank Mrs. Van Ornum as well. She had a great 8th grade graduation. It was great to be outside, no masks, and be able to have some of those celebrations again. And I look forward to coming by and seeing the summer school. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
GoPros on. Okay, first, business-wise, I attended on behalf of the board the final LAXTA Los Angeles County Trustees Association meeting. It was basically the seating of the new officers. I'm happy to report that the north end of the Los Angeles Valley, the Los Angeles area is well represented this time. Sometimes we have a lot of inner city things, we have a lot of west side representation. So you tend to have focus on things that aren't really the rural thing and the kind of things that we might think about. So we've got good representation on the board of directors of that, so that's good. I want to tell you that today is the 50th anniversary of Title IX programs. Bernice Bunny Sandler got her doctorate in education and took up seeking equity because in 1970, about 58% of females graduated high school and only 8% went on to college. So it went far beyond the theoretical thing. You saw it permeating funding, which is, I don't know if many of you know this, but the softball field at Vasquez High School, the new softball field was funded with Title IX funding, meaning that not all the money goes to the boys baseball team, but so Bunny Sandler was a hero when it comes to guys. I'm not going to speak to your comments, but kind of. So watch the movie later because you've got some sped things I'm going to talk about. So just make a note about that.
Okay.
Thank you. So Yeah, I'll get into that. I want to get to the good stuff first. I want to talk about the Wellness Center. First off, in my time on the board, I'm going to tell you why I came onto the board first. When I came onto the board, there were people stealing money doing charter schools. So when I ran, it was reduce attention to out-of-boundary charters. What are we doing sponsoring kids in San Bernardino and taking money from them when we don't even know who they are? Number 2 was restore focus on local students. And number 3 was restore the good name of our district in the greater educational marketplace. When I hit the board, Newhall was suing us over Einstein. Everybody was suing us. No one, LACO, nobody wanted anything to do with us. We were the blight of whatever. So that's why I'm here. I'm a cleanup man. I don't educate children. I'm not a principal. I sit up here to run policy and make sure that this is clean. And I'm on a little rant today because I got my own rant. You've heard me telling you that somebody that stood at that very microphone right there, 2 people with the blessing of this town and its leaders and the superintendent at the time stood up there and lied to me while I was being beat up by my fellow board members and accosted. I would rather hear from kids who are very passionate that I can look at and say, where'd the one young lady go? She's from law school. That's where she needs to go. Doesn't upset me with these kids. In their world, their perception is what their perception is. It's not their perception that I'm going to put people in jail for stealing $80 million. They stood right there, took a beat in this community. Well, guess what happened to them? I told you 50 million. They stole $80 million. How do you steal $80 million of the kids' money? How do you do that? You put it into shell companies that you're running in Newport Beach or whatever, and then all of a sudden you're a hero because you give the money back. You know what these people got for stealing $80 million? It's right here. House arrest, ankle bracelet in their Newport mansion. They got nothing. Time spent. One of these people, 3-time loser. There are people out there today getting arrested for stealing gasoline to get to work. And if you get the wrong judge, you're going to state penitentiary, son. What do these people get? Nothing. It's all right here. I came here to stop that. I did that. There's no reason for me to be up here anymore. I'm going to serve my term. That's it. I'm getting old. I might die before then. The stress ain't killing me. Don't worry about it. But this is what I came here for. They're all walking off. One of them had done this before. He was in our boardroom, even before the rest of these people. He's been 3-time loser on this. He was paid $1.5 million to set up the deal. So I'm gonna get with you people, and I'm gonna pretend the fact is they were hiding this in money meant for teachers. There were no teachers. It was going right in their pocket. So this guy comes in, riles you all up, tells you this is happening, steals $1.5 million, and you know what his fine was? He had to pay back $500,000. That's a pretty good deal, right? Wow, that's why I was here. It's over. The LA Times did an expose on me and what I meant to charter schools. So I'm gonna talk to charter schools, whatever that was. I'll talk about that in a minute too. But this wellness room, let's talk about the wellness room. LACO, why weren't they involved with us? They didn't want anything to do with us. Everybody's going to the LACO meetings. You think these meetings are wild. You go to the LACO meeting, and they're like, what's up with Acton Agua Dulce sponsoring everybody? I got such a deep story on that. You'll see a name come up. I'll leave you a couple crumbs that you can catch on to, and then you'll see these names pop up, and I'll go, he's crazy, but he's psychic at the same time. Okay. I'm going to ask for a future agenda. Listen very carefully. It's Groundhog Day. Again and again. All back to this charter garbage. Anyway, Wellness Center. LACO. What did wellness mean? LACO comes in here and we gotta give them money because we're not big enough like Orange County to develop your own health agency or Beverly Hills or whatever you are. So you have your own health agency, so you have your own health officer. So we pay them money under contract. What do you think they gave us in support for the money we gave them? 5150 responses. That's what a kid deserves. Gets bullied, gets nothing, gets no sped services, no conditions on suspensions, all these things. And finally, they start raising hell. I'm gonna be the hero at school by being a punk. And then finally, when you freak out enough, they put you in an ambulance and send you for 72 hours somewhere in a padded cell, and that's gonna fix you. While everybody up is calling me up, hey, get that kid off my campus. Yeah, I'm gonna clean it up. I'm gonna be the hero at the football game. People, yeah, but the wellness center, some of this is what you're saying could be real if you let it. But the superintendent come in here and nobody ever concerned about it. They don't want Lake when you're too busy shuffling charter money around to hide it. You don't want them eyes in here. But when he gets here, he used to work for LACO. He understands these programs. So what does he do? He has meetings. He invites you to hear what they're selling. Did anybody go to the meeting? Yeah, Chad went to the meeting. We heard all this stuff that made us uncomfortable. We're there to listen and go, that's not for, I will say this flat out, sue the hell out of me tomorrow morning. I am not an outlet law for Planned Parenthood. Is that what you wanted to hear? Now, there's no due process rights in this one. I don't want to sound like a chihuahua. But the wellness center, you are supposed to participate. Tell me. I'm not going to be handing out things that is none of my business. You start handing that crap out to my daughter, you'll see the bad part of me. That ain't pretty. It used to be worse, but now I'll get after you with my walker. You're not going to do that with my kid. There's such a thing called parental rights. I believe in those. I'm just getting started. Y'all need to go sleep. This is the last meeting of the year. So the wellness center, communicate what you want. I don't need a lynch mob coming in here acting like I run Lakeville. If I did, half the stuff wouldn't be here. But we got to be politically correct. I'm still trying to understand the educator mentality. In my mentality, you do what you're told, and we produce excellent services. And that's why I work where I work. There's no questions about that. Come to my work, see me at work. Not a lot of theory and handing out whatever it is you're going to hand out. I am not a parent of anybody else's kid but mine. So much for the wellness center. I want them to give us an opportunity. If you want to paint on a wall, then put a wall up and let people paint it. Down where I work, it's called art. The Banksy guy. I wish I would have painted somebody holding a bomb. I wouldn't be sitting here. Put up a wall. Put crayons in there, whatever you kids like. You can't read spray paint. I'm okay. Anyway, it's a wellness room. It's meant to be okay. We don't go into denial like my parents smashed my KISS record. That didn't do nothing. But a wellness room is supposed to be a place. We're looking for a table hockey. What else was it? A ping pong game. Maybe somebody needs to go in there and take a break. So they don't skip class like I used to. You still don't want to play foosball with me. I flunked out my classes, but I'm great at foosball. A wellness room is a place for kids to go where they don't have parents and adults breathing down their neck constantly. Let them go in there, let them unwind. It's okay to be okay. Find this bullying and garbage, go away. So yeah, I'm afraid to say any more about the wellness room because I'll begin using the 6th letter of the alphabet profusely. I guess me getting wound up is why everybody's freaked out, right? Okay, I want to talk about SPED. I have the luxury of having the least cognitive functional child in the district. Anybody want to contest that? This isn't a contest. My child is incapable of sin. Think about that. I know somebody else, I don't know him, but I'm gonna be hiding from him when I die, but I'm gonna say I'm with her. She's incapable of sin. So I've been through the war about sped. I've been with somebody wanting to keep her tied up in a chair. I've been through all that garbage. My file on my kid is this thick. There's some ideas that are floating around that aren't real. Number one, SPED starts with this, take notes. There's something called child find. I mean, somebody sees something that says something is not right. I want you to think about a parent being hit with, I think something's not right with your child. It's such a struggle, number one, not for it to be somebody's fault and be able to look past it and say, who isn't perfect, right? You've got a teacher, think about this, you've got a teacher that's looking at something with all their training and stuff. And they look at this kid and they go, something's not right. Imagine being the one that goes to the parent and goes, hey, you know what? I think something's not right. And the parent freaks out. No, what are you talking about? My kid? What are you doing? It's called child find. Teachers are obligated to do it. Staff members are obligated to do it. It's federal law. I don't care whether you like it or not. But the bigger part of it is teachers that do this, they're taking a big, huge risk. Number two, if there is a problem, you need to report to the district. I would like to have my child assessed. I need to know what's going on. You write it down. You fill it out on paper. You give it to them. They got 30 days to have an IEP meeting or have an assessment done. You don't just say, oh, well, Yolanda is not in charge of special education. The site principals are in charge of special education. That means you get on a computer and you go, whose IEP is next? And when you find that and you get, there's a committee called CAC, that's a parent committee for self-up. When you go there, if they have a speaker, people come in, they want to unload, oh, this is terrible. And then you get a rush of 19 people want to have an IEP meeting. You can't possibly do that. So then the principal goes to the superintendent's office and says, hey, I got to rush IEP meetings. What am I going to do? That's the way it works. You don't come in here and point at me like I'm in charge of special education. I'm dropping the ball. It happens at the site. Let's carry on so you know your basic rights. Once you get to the site, you look at that. The psychologist comes in and says, hey, this, I think this kid has this. I think that we can help by doing this. I think we need speech psychology. I think we need this. Let's try this. Remember, you're going from a point of view completely uninformed. You have somebody look at the kid for the first time. You set up goals, you do your thing, you measure, you report out quarterly, you have a meeting in a year, and you look at what's working and what's not. Don't think somebody can come in here, snap their finger, and everything's going to be wonderful. It's a team process. Nobody that's involved in special education does it for the glory of it, because half the time they got administrators that squelch what they want to do. Here's where it breaks down. Let's say I don't want these people. I don't want these people in my classroom. There's two people that need to be really objective in special education. That's the psychologist and that's the principal. Bottom line, because they're the ones that kind of weigh this out and say, hey, what's fair? We got training for that. So if you're not getting special education services and you don't write this stuff down and ask for it in a civil way, that's on you. But if you do that and you don't, and you're not getting a response, then you call me. You better do it quickly because I may not be here too long if the lynch mob gets to me before you do. Next, I want to talk about suspensions. California law governs suspensions. Bottom line, you can't just suspend somebody because you don't like them. Or I'm supposed to sit up here on the board. Go, I never did like that kid. His parents never waved at me. This kid's a punk. So I'm going to pressure you up. Because I'm on board. I'm going to pressure you up to throw this kid out. If the kid's got some behavioral issues and 504 and IEP issues that y'all don't know about and shouldn't know about, those have to be weighed in. It's California law. If you don't do that, you're violating rights. If somebody like me goes out there and tells a principal, you get them out of here, I'll take a lot of heat from the community. guess what? You are pressuring them on the color of your office. So you're pressuring them to do something that's illegal. And when I filed a civil rights complaint against you, then you roll on me, the board members, that they were pressuring me. That creates all kinds of liability. If you're new on board, you may not understand that liability. That liability may include your house by the time it's over. But there are California laws about everything. It's very difficult for administrators to do their work when programs are funded at 25%. But what they actually need, special ed has never been funded at more than 25%. And unfortunately, I will say this, only I can say this because I have the privilege to say it legally. It's the people that take advantage of these systems, and they're looking for this, and they want, there's nothing an administrator can do about that. Your only defense of that is to have your paperwork and your programs in place. That's the bottom line. If you have questions, call me quick. I want to talk about what this year looks like. For me as a board member, I'm not up here to be a principal. I'm not up here to be the athletic director or an aide. The school district doesn't work without all the people. I don't think there's one kid in the school or one teacher that hasn't been my kid's teacher. So I know what you all are. I don't need somebody telling me what you are and what you're not and how happy you are. I know the blessings you put on. I'm looking at you all back there. The three of you, I don't know who you are, but you're lucky to be with them. You all have had a profound impact on my child's life. See, I'm yelling at you when I say it to you, right? You know, you all know what you do. But at the end of the day, I got a different set of things I look at. I don't look at if one kid's happy. I look at why I ran. And the last one was restore our name, good name in the education marketplace. Why would I want that? Do you buy a Yugo? Oh yeah, I was the only one, right? No. What do you want? You want to be the best, right? So how do you measure where you're going and what you've done and what the superintendent does and what the team does? Kim and her TOSAs have been the most significant thing that have come to this district for a really long time because they have all these programs going on. If you want to know what they are, go to the district main webpage and they're called signature programs. Those were not here 2 years ago. Here, I'll take credit for Antelope Valley College, right? Wrong. That didn't exist until the start of the talk started last July. There were people who know people over there, who sit on boards, who do what they do. He reached out to people and it was happening so fast I couldn't believe it. I work for government, I know what it is. It happened so fast that there were kids that actually got college credits at the end of the year. They were only talking about it. So slap yourself on the back, make it all about you, baby. But there are kids who graduated this year with college credits. And there's going to be more next year. That wasn't here. Go to the main district webpage and click on those things and find out they're real. The Carpenters Union is coming in here. I know carpenters, they have boats that I wish I had. They don't have $3 million worth of student debt pretending they're a lawyer. There are significant things happening here. At my level, that's what I see. That's what I measure. I measure our ability solely, our ability to tell people out here on that billboard. We still got Newhall School District sending us flyers because they're pissed off because they lost in court over charter schools. Should have got a better attorney. I also hired one for part. But they're still trying to come to our school. Why do I come to your school? It just says come to my school. Read the webpage. Once them kids get here, they don't want handguns over there. They don't want drug deals. They don't have to wear a certain hat so they get shot. But if I can get them here, because they know they're going to get a job and they're going to be treated well, guess what? I open the door to people like, what was her name?
Sally.
Huh?
Sally.
Yeah. I can't say it, you know that, because I'll be breaking the Brown Act, right? So I didn't have my mic on the whole time, I have to start over. Anyway, Tracy, all right, I got Tracy laugh, I'm killing it tonight. So, but I'll tell you what, if they look at the programs and they look at this and go, oh, I can do this, I can do this, they find out that they're real. They come in the door, and guess what happens when I get in the door? They get to see all these funky kids been up here yelling at me. They will close the deal, my teacher will close the deal, and you three up there sitting at the front desk, you are the most important voices. Again, you're with them. Yeah. I'm not farmersonly.com, but get with them, okay? So they're the face of the district. People walk in the door. I'm not hearing this, I'm unhappy. I'm hearing, hi, how are you? How can I help you? God bless you three. But once they get here, these kids get here, then they get to see our community. They get to see the programs that are here. And our ADA goes up. So we don't have to pimp ourselves off to, is that a good word? Is that not a good word? I'm not talking to you. I'll put you up here so you can do that. Yeah. That way we don't have to pimp ourselves off to some charter person. What else do I have? I didn't get enough birthday cards from you all. I'm very upset. Not really. And I'm very proud of the accomplishments that Kim and her team have made. I'm very proud of the way I walk into district offices now and I'm greeted like somebody, even though I'm not. Y'all fake it that I'm okay. That's good. I appreciate that. Thank you. But we got really, really good things going on here, and we're going to be self-sufficient. You watch and see. People are going to want to come here. Y'all are here anyway, so you guys are the brand. Don't forget that. Y'all, you know, you want, but you guys are the brand. Oh, just a minute. I missed a very important holiday. I didn't even know it. I was so busy. I missed National Sitting Duck. Didn't get a picture of that. I'm sorry. Next. Got the newspaper. My lawyer wrote that.
I want to start by again thanking Pam for doing all that you do for our community. I know I said it last week, I sang your praises our last meeting, and this meeting, and probably next meeting, because you definitely deserve it. Thank you for giving all that you give to our community. Tracy, thank you for your PTSO update of all of the great events that you guys accomplished all year. You guys are up to great things. I thank you for supporting our staff, supporting those who support our kids, because they're what's important, and we have to support our staff. And thank you to everybody in here that was a part of that. We really appreciate you. Miss Sadie, I know you left, but I didn't know that there was a new season of Outer Banks, so I thank you for letting us know that. And you said our brains are powerful tools. I absolutely agree with you. And I love watching you use yours to influence and empower others. I've watched you grow up, and that girl, mark my words, she's going to be the president someday. She will. Liz, last meeting, I did not get to congratulate you on your son getting accepted into college and making it that far. And I just want to say congratulations. It's a huge accomplishment, and kudos to you. So I know that you attributed it to staff on campus, which it does, but it does start at home. So congratulations, Mama. Tiffany, your comments regarding 100% of our seniors graduating, that deserves applause. Our seniors deserve applause. That is incredible. So thank you for bringing it up again. And thank you to everybody on campus that helped them graduate, and thank you to their parents. that is an incredible accomplishment. I'm incredibly proud of our Vasquez. I've told everybody out in, my world that we had 100 seniors graduate. And when I'm at work and I say we, they know that I'm talking about Acton Agua Dulce, not the school that I work at. Sally, who left, I want to thank you for standing up to all of our children. That's what we should all be here for. And if we're not, every single person from the board members to staff to parents on any volunteer group, if we're here for something other than our children and standing up for our children, then we need to find a new area to spend our time or a new profession. So Sally, I just want to thank you for standing up for our children. Coach Sparks, I hope you're listening. First, I absolutely admire you and I respect you, and I hate that you have to come here and be so passionate, but I really appreciate that you do, and that you have the courage to come here and share your passion on behalf of the whole ADA and our students and the staff. I think that you are absolutely right in some of the comments that you said, probably all the comments that you said, but some that I'm specifically talking about, where we've lost our trust. We've lost your trust. I know that we, as a school board and as a district, we need to work extra hard to earn the trust back of the teachers and of the staff and of the students and the parents. We need to work really hard to rebuild those relationships. So I agree with you, and it's not going to be an easy road going up from here, but that's the path that I'm hoping that we go, rebuilding all of those relationships that are so badly damaged. Speaking of rebuilding, I have requested a report from the district office of reasons why our district has such a high rate of turnover in our administration. It's not just at Vasquez, and it's not just in the last 5 years, but that's what I would like to focus on. That's what I've asked that we focus on. I would like to look at the ways that we have misstepped. I would like the district to look at the ways that we've missed red flags in the hiring process, that we haven't gone about things the right way. And I would also like to look at the great things that we have done, the great hires that we have, the great staff members that we have, and learn from both of those in order to move forward and create a plan on how to retain our staff members, starting with our administration. We're going to keep it simple and start with our simple-ish. We're going to keep it small and start with our administration, and how can we move forward in proper training and proper preparation, in treating fairly and adequately and retain our administrators. And I do believe that that will trickle down to retaining our teachers and retaining our classified staff. And in that, we will retain our students, which will then build our ADA, which means we're bringing more programs. It does start at the top. So we do need to create that, that mindset of where do we go from here, and what are some positive takeaways that we can get from where we're at, and move forward with our best foot forward. I hear a lot of the school board said, the school board wants, the school board hired, the school board did. Some respects, that's true. As a school board, we voted the way that we voted at our last meeting. It's absolutely fair to say the school board, because we are 1/5 of an entire board, and the way that we voted represents the entire board. It represents the people that did not vote the same way. We're all responsible. To say the school board in that sense is great. To say the school board wants to tear up the gym floor. the school board wants to rip down banners at Vasquez. The school board recommended that we hired this person or fired that person. The school board did not do those things. In the year that I've been on the school board, we've never spoken about tearing down banners at Vasquez, and those banners are new. So I'm sure I would have been on the, are we tearing down banners at Vasquez? I haven't heard that. If we're going to discuss it, then we need to discuss it as a board. Then it would be the school board, but right now it's not.
Thank you for that.
The school board has not discussed a sex ed or Planned Parenthood wellness room being held on the site. We haven't heard discussion about it. We haven't gotten a report of it. We do have wellness centers that were facilitated by counselors, by staff. Those are very different from wellness centers that are handing out Planned Parenthood. And I say Planned Parenthood, rumored Planned Parenthood, because I have not heard from any eligible source that we're handing out Planned Parenthood or anything of that sort as a school board. We do have our wellness centers where kids can go chill, where kids can get extra support, mental health, that kind of thing. Are we handing out information on STDs and birth control in our wellness centers? That has not been discussed as a school board. I would like for it to be discussed as a school board so that we know what's going on, but we have not had a report on that yet. So the school board is not trying to hand out birth control to your students. Last thing, senior walk. I wasn't able to talk about it at our last meeting, and I should have. I was able to head to Meadowlark in the morning before our seniors got there. I took my kids because they were out of school already. And then we stood in the hallway where the kindergartners lined the hallway, and those seniors walked through and they grabbed the hand of a kindergartner. And it was so, like the way that those kindergartners looked at those seniors in their funny hats and their bright gowns, and the way that they marched through Meadowlark with them, one kid on top of a senior on his shoulders. It was so incredible to watch. And those are memories that those little kids will never forget. Our seniors will never forget. Those kids that got to stand around and high five, they will never forget. And that does not happen in big districts. It does not happen when you have 800 seniors graduating. It doesn't happen in big districts. That's a small district that our little gem of a school gets to enjoy. And then I went up to High Desert. I raced the buses up to High Desert, where I got to watch the seniors. Also at High Desert, I got to watch my son, who is a student there, high-fiving all of the seniors as they walked by. He was one of the kids holding the banners that Mr. Rowland's class had made. All the sixth graders got to hold banners for the seniors to walk through that all had their names on them. And I was standing right at the front of that, and I listened to, after they walked through, the 7th and 8th graders high-fiving, and the kids are all screaming and cheering, and then they're walking through these banners with their names on them, and I could hear them, "Oh, that's so cool, where's my name?" It was just such an incredible event to witness and be a part of. So I just want to thank every single person that had anything to do with facilitating the senior walk and making sure that that happened. I know that it was all 3 schools planning that, and it wasn't just a couple people planning that. It was definitely collaboration between all of our employees. So huge thank you to all of the people that made that happen. That was an incredibly special event for every single student on our campus. So thank you very much. That's all I have.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to start off the conversation a little bit different. I don't know if any of you know Miss Rhonda Webster or not. Are you guys familiar with her in the community? I had a really great privilege to know Rhonda for a long time, and through Boy Scouting, watching her sons grow up and coming and helping in our community. Rhonda was the most beautiful, caring, heartfelt person that you'd ever want to meet. I came home last night at 9 o'clock after I got off work, to my wife crying and to the news that she had taken her life. So if you could humor me for 30 seconds and let's have a moment of silence for Rhonda, I would appreciate it. She was so big in this community. So please give 30 seconds to her. Thank you so much for that. That'll move me into my next point of the Wellness Center. I was on the Zoom meeting with Laco, Dr. Sahakian, and I listened to what was being talked about with the Wellness Center. For me, the Wellness Center is a place where a kid that may be struggling at home, may be having abuse issues at home, that might not have somewhere to vent or have an outlet with another adult to say that they're troubled, or it could be a myriad of things. Maybe little Susie had a relationship with a boy and that didn't go right, and now she finds herself lost and troubled, but is afraid to talk, doesn't know how to approach mom and dad. So maybe that Wellness Center helps little Susie navigate this. We talk about suicide. You know, if I never heard of another person committing suicide in their life ever again, I would be the happiest person in this world. My best friend did it with me on the telephone. I know numerous kids that have done it. Last night, Miss Webster, it happened last night, but I learned about it last night. We live in an environment that it's not like it was in my childhood growing up. This stuff is so public and so ingrained in the social media and the TV that we watch and the movies that we watch, that it's almost like it's second nature, or it's not second nature, but it's just common theme. Oh, so-and-so offed himself, so-and-so offed himself. So if a wellness center allows a child to come in and say, I'm not okay, I need help. Miss Counselor, can you help me? Mr. Counselor, can you help me? I don't know what to do. If it opens a door for a child to talk, or it could be a teacher for that matter, maybe the teacher needs social help. If it opens that door for somebody to come in, I don't see the harm in it. In the meeting, I specifically asked, because I don't want a fishbowl full of condoms sitting at the front door when you walk in, and for a kid to come in and grab a handful and say, yes, it's okay to have sex, because you should wait. You should wait for that special moment. Likewise, I don't want to see boxes of birth control for women. I was assured that's not what it's about. The Wellness Center is about emotional distress, as I understand it. Would it be great to have a meeting on it, to elaborate more on it? Absolutely, I believe we should have that. But please understand, nobody up here is preaching Planned Parenthood. Nobody up here is preaching premarital sex. Nobody up here is, saying be wild and free. It's not what happens. I'm going to move on from that. Ms. Pam Walter, I appreciate you coming out here in these late nights, giving us the information to allow our community to be informed and stay on top of topics. I appreciate everything you've done for this community. I moved here in 1994, continue to live here, raised both of my kids here. My wife is here. I think she moved here in '89. So we are heavily invested in our town. And I appreciate everything that you've done to get us to this point. I hope that we have people that carry on the torch for you and make you proud. I don't like to see you up here upset, crying, because I know where you're coming from, a place deep in your heart, and I appreciate you. Tracy Costin, thank you for being here. You're spot on about the Mike Harvey stuff. Your comments about the DO, you're spot on as well. If you guys don't remember, you should rewind the tape and watch it because it's the truth. Mama Mendoza, you should be so proud of the daughter that you've raised. I know you're not here, but I'm going to speak to you anyways. I didn't have the honor of knowing, well, I didn't realize that I had known the Mendozas through my wife when it was in regards to homeschooling many years ago. And Kelly educated me when I got home one night and told me all about it. But Sadie popped on my radar at Night of the Stars. Just so bright, shining, energy. I mean, the lightning storm that we had the other night does not compare to the energy that that girl has. I'm telling you, it's off the charts. So, Mr. Mendoza, be proud of her. She's a shining star in our community, and I'm so proud to watch these kids stand up and speak what they feel. It takes so much courage to do that. And I hear you, Sadie. I hear everything you're saying. I agree with a lot of it. We need to be better. Period. End of story. Liz, thank you for sharing your feelings. I know it's not easy for you. I appreciate being involved in the community. As Brianna said, congratulations on your kid making it into college. That's such a huge accomplishment. As a father that did not attend college, has been in a family that nobody ever went to college, and my son, who is 19, is going into a second year of college. I understand how proud you are. It's an amazing accomplishment, even though it's not my accomplishment. Just being part of it is something magical. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Tiffany, thank you for speaking up. You know, I love hearing it when people that have been here forever come and speak their mind. When you recognize that this is our community, this is where we grew up. It's unlike any other community. I've tried to say this over and over and over again to people. It seems to fall on deaf ears. If you want to be successful in this town, you will make personal connections to the people in this town. You may not agree with everything that's being said in this town or the way people are, but you will still make those connections. If you choose not to make those connections, you're going to have what you had last week. You will have no trust. You will have no word, no say, because nobody's going to listen to you. And that just creates a whole other avenue of nothing. We sit here and tread water. We keep doing the same thing year after year after year after year after year, and we never advance. And I don't understand it. It does not have to be so difficult. Okay? You lead by example. End of story. You get out there in the trenches and you do work. Treat people as you want to be treated. It's pretty simple in my little pea brain anyways. Thank you for speaking up, Tiffany. Sally, she stepped out. I appreciate your words. It takes a lot of courage to stand up there and just say 10 words, but I hear you and I appreciate you. Coach Sparks, you knocked that one out of the park tonight. You know, when I sit here, I saw you sit here 2 weeks ago and I see teachers after teacher after teacher. I read letters after letter after letter from teachers, people that are 15, 20 years in this district that historically never say anything. They don't say a word. They sit back there like little church mouse, bite their tongue. Yet we had so many adults come in here defending Mike Murphy. To me, if Mike Murphy did something so egregious, he would have been dismissed immediately, but he wasn't. So it is what it is at this point. The words, as Coach Sparks said, are hollow coming from this district office. Hollow. They carry no weight. Staff's not listening. Teachers aren't listening. Kids aren't listening. And parents are done with lip service. I'm one of those parents. I'm done with lip service. I'm not sitting up here after working 13 hours today in my free time trying to make something better only for it to get, we're good, guys. We're good. We're not good. Not good. We need to change. We need to be better. We need to do things better. End of story. It's not rocket science. I am not a college educated professional. I don't speak perfectly. I'm not a doctor, but I'll be darned if I could probably not run this office better than it's being done. And I'm going to be frank with you. It is a disaster from that office to that office to this office. Nobody knows what one person's doing to the next person. It's constant. She said that, he said that, she said this. Who's doing what? Who's on first and who's on third? Pretty simple, people. Let's figure it out. It's business management. This office is all about business management. It has nothing to do with anything else other than we're here to manage a business. Put the people in the right spots, work through it. Let's stop cutting each other's throats and work together as a team. We have some of the best front office staff in Southern California sitting right back there right now. You walk in the door, I could have the worst day, and how can I not smile looking at them? I mean, seriously, they bleed their school colors. Talking to everybody. It's frustrating. It's so frustrating to hear the stuff that keeps coming back, and it seems, you know, in my world, in the corporate world, this would never fly here. It'd be gone down the road, and I'm pretty sure Ken would probably do the same thing. We can do better. I have no doubt about it. We have to make connections. We have to do what we're going to say. We have to show up, and we can't be afraid to roll our sleeves up and get dirty. It's just the way it is. I'll get off that soapbox now. I had the opportunity to attend the High Desert graduation. Ms. Van Ornum, you put on a spectacular event. Was able to get away for a little bit on that morning to come enjoy it, stand there, watch the kids. We're so proud to be moving on to our high school. It was just spectacular. Then a couple days later, I got to enjoy Vasquez. I can tell you, being in a role of serving others, there's nothing more gratifying, at least to me, than to sit up there and watch so many young, impressionable minds moving on to the next step. To sit there and look at parents that I've seen for years as their kids have grown up, so excited that the kid has graduated high school. It truly is a blessing for me to get to witness that. I'm here for one reason, and it's to make my community better and stronger. It's to make the kids healthier. It's to make the parents feel like they're heard. And I know, again, we can do better. And those graduations are testimony to that. It was an amazing night. I think I'm pretty well done. I just, like I said, I'm going to be frank about it, but this district office has got to make some changes. We have got to make better changes. And I intend to ask for future board references so we're all aware. I would like to know what the hours of operation are for this office. What time people come in, what time people leave, what's the percentage of homework versus in-office work. So that will be my last request. Hopefully somebody up here will second that, and maybe we can get some kind of report back by the next school year. I appreciate all of you for sitting out here and listening to me rant and listening to Ken's stand up tonight. It was pretty good. I will say there's a lot of wisdom in him. And I think we can all do better. That's what my message is. We can do better. We deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walworth. Well, there's been a lot of comments made that I share with my colleagues on the board. I've taken notes, but I'm going to go down my list now. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to congratulate all our students for their advancement in their grade levels, promotions from high desert and graduation at high school, and recognizing the significance that is virtually unheard of that we had 100% graduation of our senior class. I've called around to my colleagues around the district and the Hart District, and none of them had the success that was attributed to Vasquez High School. And I was proud to tell them, I said, well, we did, and not me, but the people at the school and the hard work of the students. Additional comments I have, my colleagues on the board have said a lot of things that are really important, and I agree with them. Sometimes we have differences of opinions, but that's what we are. We're a consensus board. The challenges that our students faced and our families and staff relating to coming out of COVID for 2 years, in person, home person, going back, online, back and forth, everything else, it was exceptional. It was extraordinary. Our staff worked hard, our parents were patient and frustrated at times, but the one that gets the most credit is the hard work of the students. During that time, we had some self-learners, self-taught students scoring 5 on a test, on an AP test. In my entire history at Vasquez and in this district, I don't think we've ever had a student get a 5 on an AP test. And that was because they were studying and determined to make it go, even though they did. So I know our students are working hard. And the support they had at the school was exceptional. I'm frequently frustrated because I spent 18 years at the high school teaching, coaching, and 4 years of dean of students. And so I recognize my colleagues and the hard work that they've had to come up with. And oftentimes in the conversations that I would have on the board here, I says, well, wait, why can't we spend that? Don't we have enough money to get the computers to upgrade programs? And there was a lot of good ideas coming forth. And I said, yeah, let's do it. That sounds good to me. People were coming up with ideas and suggestions of how we get past the extraordinary challenges of the past 2 years. This wellness center, I agree with Mr. Wadsworth. To me, the wellness center, as I understand it, and I would accept it, is a support service for our students coming out of COVID, transitioning back, re-socializing with their peers on campus, learning how to communicate, how to disagree, how to get through things and how to understand things, because we know, and most educators know, that the best way to educate our children is not on a computer screen, it's in the classroom, where they can hear diverse questions and back and forth and debates with their peers and teachers providing clarification and looking at the content that they're discussing. So that transition coming from computer back to the class was almost like a foreign experience for the teachers, for the staff, and for the students, exceptional. So my understanding is the wellness center that was presented out at the school was a place for them to go if they had frustrations. And I thought to myself as a teacher, how could I use that for the better of my students in my class? I'd say, if you're having a tough day, well, here's your pass. Why don't you go over to the wellness center? They'd ask me, can I go to the wellness center? Yes, I would never tell them no. Go over there, have some time to spend with your peers, have some time to spend with a counselor, then come back to class, because your valued time is in the class where I can help you get better with the content. Moving on to comments. It has been said multiple times that I and the board don't listen to people, and that is fundamentally, absolutely incorrect. I sit here every night, I look at the responders, whoever's having to speak to us and addressing things, and I take notes, and I contemplate, and I think, and I interact. I am always listening to the people in the community, the people who want to come here and talk. Now, my greatest pride and frustration at the same time was last week when we had students come here with passion, with sincerity, with emotion, talk about their assessment about what had transpired. I listened to every last one of them. I had to get up and walk away for 5 minutes to collect my thoughts. The students were my first and only charge was with the students. Sorry, adults came second. It's always been that way from the first time that I went to work at the high school until I got here. So my response is, I don't say much back. I don't respond back to them because I am legally not allowed to call back. I'm not, the problems that the issues that were being expressed, I can't comment on, though I would love to. I would certainly love to sit down and have a round table concern. I'd like to do a TED talk and talk about it, but I can't do that. When it comes to personnel matters, I am here to I'm obligated to look out for the rights of our employees and their privileges. I cannot talk about their circumstance. I can't comment on it, good, bad, or indifferent. I get the information from our superintendent. We as a board discuss it and we take it and we make decisions. I cannot talk about it. I can't tell why I can't tell you why I voted the way I do because I am prohibited from doing so as long as I'm on the board. When Tiffany gets up and spoke, I apologize. I didn't recognize your name out of all the thousands of students that I had the privilege of working with, but I recognize your face. And now do I recollect it when you were there and when I was dean of students, I saw you, I'm sure you were active because that was a fun place to be at Vasquez. The students were working hard. There was a lot of activity. There was a lot of pride. I heard a reference at the last meeting that, oh, well, we talked to that as trailer trash high. Nothing ever upset me more was people referring to that high school and the hard work in modulars with little to nothing, no shade cover, no lunchroom, a gym with no heater and no air conditioning. And then we couldn't use it. Play production built on a stage in the quad because we didn't have, and those kids made it work and the teachers made it work. And it was not trailer trash high. It was Vasquez High School. And the pride that those students brought to that campus is one that I cherished the whole time that I was there in my 18 years. And during that time, I was able to teach, coach 3 sports. I was ASB advisor, athletic director, and then had an opportunity to go to dean of students. And then I found after 4, oh, this being administrator is tough. I want to go back into the classroom where the joy and the privilege is working with students. So in 2010, I returned to the classroom and finished out my time there in the classroom coaching and teaching where I was working with students. So that I don't listen is not true. I hear every single word addressed to me personally, addressed to the board as a rule, and all the other employees, the teachers, the staff, everybody there. The frustration is, and I've said it here before, the frustration comes is that while I'm sitting here and I hear things, I can't talk about it like I can in a classroom where I was talking with a student about a discipline matter in the dean's office, or I was giving instruction in my classroom and I was talking to parents at back to school night. As a board member, I don't get to do that anymore. And it's frustrating as heck that I cannot respond and provide some clarification for the actions that I took. I can only speak for myself. The reason I voted the way I did, I can't clarify that for you. I'm sorry. But I will always object and push back when people say and imply that I don't have the best interests of the students of Vasquez High School and Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District. That is my only reason that I am here. I am not here for the adults. Sorry, adults. The parents give me ideas, but I look out for all of the students, not just students on my street, the ones I know that live down the street from me, the ones I see in the market, the ones that are on my football, basketball, or volleyball teams. I'm looking out for all of the students. I'm trying to make the best decision I can with the information provided long-term that will look out for the students. Am we asked to make some extraordinarily challenging, difficult questions? Absolutely, without a doubt. Many of them are not fun. I would love not to have to vote on several occasions, but that's not my responsibility. My responsibility is to collect the data, take the information, discuss with my colleagues on the board, and make a decision based on what is in the best interest in my mind, because I speak for myself, in the best interest of the students. There's a couple of things that I know, and there's things that I don't know. And I've told my students that lots of times. I said, hey, I know what I know and I know what I don't know. And when I don't know something, I ask questions. Throughout this entire challenging process, the white elephant in the room, all the things we're talking about that took place at the last board meeting, I asked thousands of questions. I wanted clarity. I wanted confirmation. I wanted information. Some of it I knew. Having been in a role as a dean of students, I knew things were supposed to be done. And so I wanted clarification. I got information, and that information received from me provided me the opportunity and the frustration to vote the way that I did. Was it easy? Absolutely not. Did I sleep for 2 days? No. Was I upset? Yes. But it was a decision that had to be made that I voted, and I went ahead and voted with what I knew. There's a couple of clarifications that were brought up about constantly bringing up about banners in the gym and tearing up the gym floor. Mrs. Taxoni is correct. This board, this current configuration board, has never considered that. But it was considered prior to her appointment. As far back as 2016, when the images that are currently in the gym and that were ordered for the banners belong to somebody else. And we don't have permission to use that image. And we were told in 2016, no, you cannot use that image. And people in play at the time, I was athletic director, and I said, you can't do that. No, we're going to do it. They don't care about us. And I kept hearing, people don't care about Vasquez. Nah, they don't care about Vasquez. And that chafed me to the core. Because I care about Vasquez, and I care about Acton Agua Dulce, and I care about protecting ourselves from high risk. We went ahead and did it. Okay, so it was done. But the problem hasn't gone away. So no, we haven't discussed about tearing it up and tearing it down, but it's still the white elephant in the room when the floor is in its normal maintenance, that we can eliminate that risk to the district. With regards to Mr. Sparks and his difficult task as ATA president. I served as ATA president at Vasquez for 3.5 years. Fortunately, I did not have the challenges that he had to do with our bargaining unit members with COVID and distance learning and all that stuff, but we still had challenges. I know the difficult task that he has and the frustration that he feels that he comes to represent 48 some odd certificated personnel that work for us and teach our kids and work in the classroom and coach our teams and so forth. It's frustrating as all get out. And I encourage him all the time to continue to speak to us because we listen. There's a couple of things that I won't do, that I will not do. And as I get focused to myself and I look out for the students of that I'm charged with, I am not going to participate in any scheme, process, or significant event that puts this district at risk. If it doesn't support the students first, the district risk second, I'm going to have a hard time with it. So that's my bottom line when it comes to how I look at things. I'm looking at things from student safety, wanting improvements on the campus. It's always been a big issue for me. Looking out for our kids when they come to campus so that our parents know they can come to campus and the kids will be safe and they'll have an opportunity to excel in their educational endeavors, whatever that is. Career connections of things that Mr. Fallsgraf said that we're bringing in, that Dr. Sahakian has ushered in with encouragement from other people, from community members, from board members, saying, hey, that's just a good idea. We got to, maybe our kids can do this. I recall way back in 2004 or 5, we had a college class taught on the campus and I volunteered my classroom. And I sat there and watched this college professor teach the kids, and I watched how they reacted to that college professor different than a high school teacher. Well, the gig was up when the next day we came into my class. I said, okay, the gig's up now. I know how you can respond when the challenge is presented to you as college. So that we have AVC coming back to our campus is awesome. Our kids can once again earn college credit when they graduate. And I think that's absolutely exceptional. One of my biggest things is looking out for the kids that aren't going to go to college. 40% of our kids are not going to go to college. And that's okay. They're going to go into the workforce. They're going to take a gap year. They're going to go to a technical trade school. They're going to go to a computer trade school, and that's okay. I want electives to give those opportunities so that they can excel in those areas. And this is one thing with the career connections, the makerspace that we have, and the different programs at the Metal Arc, at the High Desert, and now we have it at the high school, that they can leave there and have an opportunity to go out and excel at their desire, whatever that is. I know our staff do great jobs. I know our teachers work well because we've had presidential scholarships to Cal State Long Beach 2 years running. Presidential scholarship is everything is paid for 4 years. And that's done at Trailer Trash High from the hard work of the students, the staff, and the teachers there. This board supports them, case closed. We rely on our principals and our administrators and our leaders on the site to take care of the ship while it's away from the dock. One last thing, and then I'm going to be quiet. The whole time I was coaching, and I do a lot of metaphors relating to coaching because I'm talking with students with a lot of emotion. We got to win this game at all costs. Oh, we got to kick their butt. We got to kill them. No, we don't. We just need to win with integrity and character. The whole time I was coaching volleyball, basketball, football, I told them time and again, we're not going to cheat to win. And we're not going to take shortcuts to win. We're going to learn the game. We're going to learn the strategies, and we're going to be successful. And we were, and I was proud of all the hard work that my students and student athletes did in volleyball, basketball, and in football. Thank you. Consent agenda.
Hang on, Kim.
What?
Point of business, I move that we extend the meeting till 1 a.m.
Do I have a second?
Just do it, please. We got all the budget. We got all budget. Look
Chad will second it.
Thank you, Chad.
Okay. Motion has been made to extend the board meeting to 1 a.m. Been seconded. No hearing, no discussion. Call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Paul Schaff, aye.
Brianna Texoni, no.
Chad Walter, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. Board meeting is now extended by policy to 1 a.m. But we're going to work to conclude earlier. All right. 9A, approval of the consent calendar. Consent calendar will include the items 9B, the minutes of the last board meeting, the warrant register, 9C, 9D, the annual contracts list, 9E, the summer projects, 9F, Williams quarter report, 9G, presence learning agreement, 9H, PS Palmdale School District MOU, 9J, PINCO representative agreement, 9K consultant agreement with Bambi Ballesteros, and 9L summer school principal. Do I have a motion to consider?
I would actually like to pull out item K. Do
Well,
I-
okay, let's motion it and then after,
Okay.
till we can talk about it and then you can.
I'll motion.
Okay, Brianna motions. I'll second. Okay, Brianna,
I would like to pull out item K
item K for, you want to pull it out for separate discussion?
for separate discussion,
Okay.
yes.
I want to pull out item D for separate discussion.
Annual contracts list, okay? Anybody else? Okay, no further discussion. Items D and K are pulled for separate discussion. Consent agenda will be for 9B, C, E, F, G, H, J, and L. Call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Ballsgraf, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. Consent is approved with the modifications. Now, when we get to, we'll go to 9D first, annual contracts list, Dr. Sahakian.
Thank you. This request is to approve the participation list of vendors, contractors that already are on record so that we have uninterrupted business over the summer months through the Business Services Office.
Board member discussion.
The reason I pulled this is one of my initiatives years ago. Anybody, can we pull this list up on the screen, please? We're not really going to go to 1 o'clock, people. No, this isn't last time. The contract list. There it is. Bingo. Pull that list, please. When I got to the board, it was unclear. You would have people stacking contracts. So let's say my contract limit is $50,000 that I can approve as a city manager or a superintendent or something like that. So what I do is I put together a series of contracts for $49,000. The next thing you know, we got $210,000 of stuff. That's not the way to do business. I want you to pay attention to number 2 and number 21. So number 2 is a lawyer. I want you to note that dollar amount is estimated for entire year. When the first year I hit the board, we were paying the charter attorney alone $400,000 a year. Go back in the numbers. So we're at $1.2 million in attorney fees because everybody and their mother was suing us. You're welcome. Now let's go to item number page 2, number 21. More lawyers. That's a charter lawyer. That's every time the charter comes through and we're doing material revisions and stuff. We're not approving a charter every 15 minutes. I kind of put the skids of that. But that number used to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, let's scan through this for these good people. Start at the beginning. You see anything or smell anything that looks like attorney, y'all let me know. Let's roll it. I want you to notice there's only 2 attorney firms on here. So when we come out and you hear agreements from somewhere, if you're smart, you'll go to the warrant register and you'll start finding odd attorney names. If those attorney names aren't here now, what would that mean to you? That means a settlement. That means somebody's kicking out money to somebody else because they run it through attorneys. Just wanted you to know that. Before y'all never knew this, but this is the annual contract for everybody that's got a not to exceed an amount. And what this requires is if you're going to exceed an amount and you get yourself in trouble running your mouth, and then the school's got to defend you for what you're not supposed to be talking about, then the school defends you unless the board members are smart enough to say, no, we're not going to defend you for doing what you're not supposed to do here. Because I'm not going to give away your kids' money to the tune of $400,000 and $500,000 and $600,000 and $800,000 a year to attorneys. I want you to notice that. These are all of the annual contract amounts, not to exceed dollar amounts. If you want to talk about something, you want to know what we do, what we're supposed to be doing up here, instead of patting ourselves on the back, it's to watch these numbers and make sure that our ADA is dropping down. You know that. It happens around here. But if I'm letting money go out the window over suits from people running their mouth, people have due process rights. I said that the last time. I was expecting there to be a flood of attorneys here pretty quick. We'll see that. But watch them numbers. I intend to keep them numbers where they're at. Because if I let their numbers get out of control, then LACO comes by and says, you can't have these many people because you only have this much money and you only have this much. That's what I do. Any questions about attorneys? Oh, that's right. I'm not supposed to talk to y'all. I don't need to campaign with y'all. Sorry. I'm done.
On page 3, item number 25 for jet mail services, is that 4,000 or 40,000? Is that it? Which is a typo?
Are you still on the contract?
What
Yes.
page are we on?
Page 3, the top one, item number 25.
It's 4,000 annually.
Okay, so there's an extra 0 in there. Can we just note that there's an extra 0? We're not approving $40,000 for jet mail services?
Noted.
Noted.
This isn't for somebody wearing an ankle bracelet and get a slap on the wrist, is it?
It's our mail that's provided, like our checks, accounts payable checks through LACO. It's the interdistrict mail that comes back and forth from Los Angeles County.
Thank you.
Is there anything else on contracts this board? Okay, Brianna, 9K. Agreement for consultant services.
So back in 2020, we had 3 counselors and we laid 2 off due to lack of work or lack of funds. That was the reasoning that the district gave to everybody that was laid off in that year. No specifics. It was lack of work or lack of funds, period. In the last year, we've been able to bring back one of those positions and fill the counseling spot. So now we have 2 counselors on our payroll that are actually employees of the school. So my question is, why are we filling that 3rd counseling role with an outside consultant instead of filling the spot that we laid off? What is the benefit to the district of using an outside counselor over hiring our own employee?
Thank you, Ms. Texani. I'm going to defer to Ms. Shaw regarding the, again, just for clarity, a callback list for those that were laid off previously under that classification, correct? Versus going outside.
I wasn't asking about the callback list. I was asking about the position
I will.
itself. I was asking about the position itself. We had that position. We laid the position off. Why are we not then filling that position, whether we use our callback list or hiring from outside sources? Why are we not filling the position that we already had that we laid off instead of bringing in a consultant? What is the benefit to the district to bring in a consultant rather than filling the position that we already had and laid off?
Thank you. I'll defer
I
to
could answer that.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
we, the position is a contract-based position because of our limited funding. And so if we hire, backfill that position that we laid off, it would affect us in our multiple MYP for multiple years out, as opposed to a 1-year contract with somebody where they don't have, they're not vested into STIRS or PERS. It doesn't affect our benefits and our MYP in the long term. And then we don't have to do the whole RIF and the layoff process. So it's based on the one-time funding that we do have, that we decided to go with the contract. The position itself, I think Carrie could speak on it, but that covers the dollar amount.
Can you tell us the funding source, please?
Yes, the funding source would be a combination of categorical funds.
My turn. So is this person credentialed in what it is they do?
Yes.
Is this person a contractor?
Yes.
Does this person have a responsibility to their profession above the district?
Yes.
So I want to make sure everybody knows what that means. Let's say I'm a city engineer And let's say I want to take some shortcuts because I want to, get the bid down where my friend can get it. And I put in a faulty project and it rains very hard and everything floods and homes are lost. So who is my responsibility to? My engineering credential or my employer? You follow me here? Yeah. So what's the labor load on this person long-term? Like retirement.
All of the responsibility is on the person.
Imagine that. So what would be the fully loaded value of this position if this were an employee? And you were looking at, what is it? What's the labor burden? 42%? What is it?
30, the benefits you would add on another.
So this is a $130,000 position. Is that right?
Approximately, yes.
And this is an at-will position. So if you're not doing what you're supposed to do, does this position require some objectivity like I was talking about? Where you're dealing with people, you're dealing with behavioral issues, you're dealing with recommendations that might inform an IEP or even a suspension?
Yes.
So is there anybody above this person that would affect their ability to make that professional objective opinion that wouldn't jeopardize their credentialing?
Anybody above this person? This
Yeah,
person?
yeah, I'm a school board member. I'm gonna tell them what to write in their report, so it turns out the way I want, right?
No.
Yeah, I see the look on your face. It happens, believe me. But I won't talk about it.
One last question. This is to not exceed, correct?
Correct.
We're not paying someone 93,000 out the gate. This is billed as according to needing this person and not to exceed.
Right, this
correct?
person has to turn in a bill.
Yeah,
and it has
I'd like
be
to,
approved.
I'd like to point that out. It's not to exceed.
Are you
Right, and
done?
you'll
Because
see
I'm
it.
not. Do you want me to use my 6 years of board experience to ask more ridiculous questions I already know the answer to?
No, thank you.
Next. No, I'm not done. Are you done? I'm done. I'm not done.
I already asked my question, so thank you for being able to answer us one.
Oh, I got one more question, most important question. I'm sorry. Was this in the agenda? Did you sneak this into the agenda at the last minute?
No.
God, I hope not. Did you supply a copy of this to the unions in this district? Did you withhold this information from the union? Is there anybody from the union that wants to contest this position? I'm on a union board at work. I'm good at it too. Is there anybody that should we table this so somebody can contest it? Or has anybody ever come in and said, I don't want this?
No, this person is currently working on a contract with us this year.
Oh, wow. I didn't get that part. Past practice. There we go. I'm done.
My question was simply, how does it benefit the district to go this route over the other route? What's the benefit to the district? And you answered it. Thank you.
I can't follow up anything after 10, so
I made it all up. You should say something.
I'm good. Carry on.
So I want to touch, now you said that this is categorical funding. So we have funding for this year, but we may not have the funding next year.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
if we were to hire an employee, well, gee, we ran out of money, so now you gotta leave and they can't build a career and we don't build anything. Here we have. So it's funding and we hope we get funding as we need. And like Ms. Jensen said, is that they're gonna submit a bill each month for services rendered, but it's not gonna exceed and we'll just pay them out. And we have no benefit package, none of that additional expense on the district.
No, with the contracts, we reanalyze them every year to analyze our funding first and see if we can
Cool.
continue.
Any other, okay, board discussion. So now we got to go back to 9D. Any further discussion on 9D? Hearing none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls Grab, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. 9D is approved. 9K. Any further board member discussion? Hearing none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls Grab, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. 9K is approved. Moving on. 10K Personnel Action Report. Doctors, do you have a motion to consider?
So moved.
Who? Kelly and Ken. Okay, Dr. Zahaki.
Thank you. The PAR Personnel Action Report has been amended to include school secretary location to district office, hiring of a custodian for High Desert Middle School. In addition, 7 high desert coaching positions have been added to the PAR. Thank you.
Can you pull up that record, please? Is there any freeze placed on any position recruitment? Other recruitments that are out there, is there any dragging to save money at the end of the year or aging positions on purpose?
No,
No.
So these are open recruitments
yes.
and we have unemployment in this town. That's crazy.
Ms. Jensen, did you have any comments? Brianna?
On the position for school secretary, I did see that it had gone back and forth from Vasquez to the DO, Vasquez to the DO. Can you tell us why?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Taxoni. And then I'll defer to Ms. Shaw if needed. It was for the first iteration had it as Vasquez High School. However, we do have an active position at Vasquez High School, but based on summer school need for the Vasquez summer program, we don't have an office secretary there currently. So just based on need, we made the change to district office to go ahead and direct this position to summer school temporarily.
But when it was on the edge, when it was flown as the Vasquez High School secretary, correct?
Yes, and so I'm going to defer to Ms. Shaw on that for the adjoint posting.
It was flown as Vasquez High School, and then it was switched to school secretary at the district office. And then it was posted on the personnel action report as Vasquez High School, and then switched to the district office.
So this position is going to stay at the district office? Or is it only at the district office while summer school is happening, and then there will be other changes?
The latter, what you just explained. So just based on the district needs and summer school at Vasquez and without a office secretary, or perhaps even the opening of school, the district office based on need will be having the position at Vasquez for the summer assignment. And if need be for this opening of the school year for Vasquez, so that they're not without an office secretary.
And then will you have to refly it? Or since it's been changed, will you have to refly it and re-interview and all that for the Vasquez?
Once the official word comes in for the position, I'm defer to Ms. Shaw on the reposting, if that's a possibility, if it's needed.
No, I don't believe it will need to be reposted.
Thank you.
I have terrible glasses. What does that say? Who is that? What's that say? What's that name I write up there on the top?
I think it says Barbie.
No, I'd know if it was Barbie. I'm Ken. What does it say? Where's the camera? Come on. Does that say Shiloh? Is that Shiloh right there? That's you. Look at you. You're famous. You are Barbie.
That was pretty good.
Of course I want to come again.
I just hope that at some point that says VHS,
Yes.
because I think that's a valuable asset that is getting bounced around for whatever reason. So that's all I got to say.
Okay, a couple of questions for clarity here. Currently, the position of Secretary Vasquez is filled, correct? On medical leave.
Yes, that
But so the
person,
position is not vacant at this time.
that person is on medical leave with the intention.
No.
Yes,
When I tell you not to talk, that's probably very dangerous, man.
Just that it's an open, it's not, there's not a vacancy at the high school right now. No. And so do we have the position of school secretary at the DO, using them as a substitute secretary to use wherever you want to? There's a reason one that was moved from Vasquez to the DO, so that you can put the individual, the secretary.
That's correct.
If we had a vacancy at Meadowlark, the person could go to Meadowlark and work, correct?
Yes,
That's what I'm understanding. So
it's based on need.
We already got her at Meadowlark. Why do we need to worry about any of that?
Just to clarify once again, the position assignment on this PAR was changed to DO because there is a current position of school secretary active at Vasquez.
For summer school.
Just in general, 12 months.
Should I lay
That
out my
position-
medical history for y'all while we're at it?
There is an active position, 12 months at Vasquez school secretary.
That is currently filled, but there's like, we need a substitute there to fill in while that person is out on medical leave.
Right, because we have a summer program at Vasquez High School. We have school to open in the
Right.
fall at Vasquez High School.
Right,
So just based on need, the district office, if the assignment is district office, based on need, we could go ahead and direct the said employee to where the need is, and the need right now is at Vasquez.
to fill in for the existing employee in that position while that person is out, because that person could come back whenever. And then where does this person go when she returns?
It's not necessarily fill in for that specific position, but it's to cover
But where
responsibilities and. work.
Because I know that the individual was the secretary at High Desert, correct? But I see High Desert is vacant now. The secretary position at High Desert is vacant. It's a vacant position.
Yeah, yes,
Tim, I'm out of here for a minute. Somebody call me when you're all done discussing this.
yes,
So
High Desert is open.
May I, Mr. President, Mr. President Jorgensen? I believe that when there's an opening, employee can apply for the position.
say that again?
When there is an opening, an employee can apply for any position they choose if they're qualified.
Right, but there's currently not an open position.
So
It's not open, it's filled. It's just that the employee's out on medical leave. So it's kind of like a teacher doesn't come to class. We don't hire another teacher. We hire a temporary employee to fill long-term employment until that teacher comes back. And here's my concern, is the employee that currently has the position under our agreements has rights for the position that now, if they choose not to return, then okay, fine. But we're calling it a secretary when it's not it's a fill-in secretary until we get resolution with the employee that currently has the position, correct?
Correct. So going back to your first question, does the employee who actually holds the position at Vasquez have the right to the position itself?
Well,
They have, yes,
they're there. It's not that they have a right, they are hired in that position. It's a 12-month assignment. They just happen to be on medical leave.
correct.
So they can't do the summer school assignment and
Correct.
they can't do that stuff.
So
So,
based on need,
but we're creating ourselves a little bit of a debacle that if we're saying, well, we're hiring a secretary while the other person is out. And so when this person comes back, play devil's advocate, the employee returns, and then where's this employee go when she returns? There's no place for them to go.
well, there's always seniority in terms of bumping rates. So
Wait a minute, hold on. Bumping from a person who currently has an assignment?
no, what I mean is, for instance, a hypothetical person returns back to their active position at Vasquez. The person that's filling in for Vasquez, school secretary, if they have the right, for example, if High Desert is still vacant,
I'm not talking about that.
but it kind of plays into the formula of bumping into a position, or there's somebody that's hired temporarily, the employee does have the right to actually bump based on seniority.
Okay, so we've had a history that has been discussed and debated, and we've been accused of not looking out for our employees, that we currently have an employee that fills this position. It's a 12-month assignment that's out on medical leave. So that individual cannot perform the responsibilities of summer school. If they come back, if they don't, if they can't, if they're still out on medical leave, when it comes time to start up for school, this person can, this temporary assignment can continue. And if the person that has the position resigns, then we have somebody that can apply for it at that time. I understand that.
Correct.
But this says that we're hiring a secretary for a position that doesn't exist. Now, if it said temporary assignment or summer school assignment to keep it in Kentucky context, so that we don't know, and I'm not going to speculate what the employees have rights. I mean, they have a right to their position. We don't know what's going to happen with that, and we can't operate with that. We're thinking what they're going to do and try to get them to do what we want to do. We've been down that road.
So, Mr. Jorgensen, are you suggesting the position on the par?
Well, I know this individual here and she's exceptional. I don't want to have anything go where we don't know what's going to happen 2 months down the road.
Excuse me.
Do we know that the position is a temporary assignment to fill in?
You're lacking a forum for discussion. I think you should table that.
Well, I don't want to table the entire warrant register. I think you need to table you're saying you want to table
You don't have a forum. You can't discuss what you're discussing right now about the forum.
okay, can't discuss
Only
it.
when you come back. No, you only got 2 people up there.
We're done discussing if you guys want to come back so we can not stay till 1 AM.
Let the record show that I returned to dais at 10:01. Yes, Jackson.
Further discussion on the warrant register? Hearing none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, aye.
Paul Graf, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
What were we voting on?
On the personnel action report.
Being
As is.
abstain.
I thought we were tabling.
Is this
No,
the
we
table?
called the question. You got 3 votes. I need 1 more.
We're tabling.
Can I change my vote?
I thought we were tabling it. I would like to change my vote.
Please.
So we should re-vote.
No, I just refuse to participate in the discussion because I wasn't comfortable with it. We can choose to table it, or you can go ahead and call for a vote if you don't want to.
Is there a motion to table the assignment for the secretary position at Vasquez at DO?
That died on the vine.
Motion dies for lack of a second. Call the question on the warrant register.
The warrant or the personnel action?
Personnel
Excuse me,
action.
PAR,
report.
sorry.
Kelly Jensen, aye.
Falls Graf, aye.
Brianna Texoni, abstain.
Chad Wadsworth abstain.
Tim Jorgensen abstain. Motion does not move. Bring back the warrant register. Item 10B, Acton Agua Dulce, California School Employees Association, Chapter 473 proposal for 2022, 2023 negotiations for collective bargaining information only. Dr. Sahaki.
CSEA is presenting their initial reopener proposal, which includes association rights, duty hours, salary benefits, evaluation process, layoffs to correspond with the new legislation of the March 15th timeline that corresponds with certificated staff. Thank you.
Board member discussion? Item 10C, declaration of public hearing of CSEA's initial contract proposals for negotiations according to Government Code Section 3547. Open this hearing at 10:04. Dr. Zahaki.
Thank you. This is a formal opportunity for public comment on CSEA's chapter number 473. Thank you.
Board member discussion. Hearing none, close the hearing at 10:05. 10D, acceptance of CSEA's initial contract proposals for negotiations according to Government Code 3547. Motion to consider.
Kelly Jensen makes a motion.
Kelly,
Falls draft second.
Ken, Dr. Zahaki.
It's just our recommendation for the board to accept CSEA's chapter number 473, the initial contract proposals for negotiations. Thank you.
Board member discussion. Hearing none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls draft aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. Motion carries 5-0. 10E, Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District Proposal 2022-2023 negotiations for collective bargaining personnel. This is just discussion. No, this is like, yeah, Dr. Saki.
Sure. AADUSD is presenting their initial reopeners for 22-23 negotiations. Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Board member discussion. Hearing none. Moving on, that's just the item. 10F, declaration of public hearing of Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District initial contract proposals for negotiations according to Government Code Section 3547. Open this hearing at 10:07. Dr. Zahaki.
Again, it's just a formal opportunity for public comment on AADUSD's initial contract proposals. Thanks.
Board member discussion. Hearing none, we'll close this closed hearing at 10:08. 10G, acceptance of Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District initial contract proposals for negotiations according to Government Code 3547. Motion to consider.
So moved, Kelly Jensen.
Kelly,
Second.
Chad, Ken, Dr. Saki.
I just recommend for the board to accept the AADUSD proposal. Thank you.
Board member discussion. Hearing none, call a question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls draft aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. The motion carries 5-0. 10H, resolution number 2021-22.17, authorization to teach outside of credential, Ed Code 44258.3. Motion to consider.
Falls draft.
Ken,
I'll second.
Brianna, Dr. Zaki.
Thank you. The resolution, this allows for our teachers to teach electives that are not part of their primary authorization in terms of their credentials. So if they want to teach an elective, and if their primary authorization is English, they're allowed to teach an elective. If there's anything else that Ms. Shaw, Assistant Superintendent, wants to add to that, I could open the floor to her.
The 44258.3 is they have to show competency in a subject matter that they're teaching. That's outside of their credential area. So, in order for them to be able to do it.
Board member discussion.
Just quick question. Have all these employees agreed to take these positions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you define for me technology term literacy? What is that?
It's the course called Technovit that I believe it's like computer literacy.
computer applications and all that kind of program software, writing. Okay, cool. Very good. Let's see. Any more board member discussion? Hearing none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Paul's draft, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. The motion carries 5-0. Item 10I, resolution 2021-22.18, authorization to teach out, wait a minute, that's the one we just did?
No.
It's different number.
Just a different echo.
Oh, it's a
sir.
different number. Okay. Motion to consider,
A motion.
Brianna. Chad seconds, Dr. Zahakian.
Ms. Shaw, would you like to elaborate?
This one, they have to have, they have 18 semester units or 9 semester hours of upper division graduate coursework in the subject area that they're teaching outside of their credential area in order to teach that.
Board member discussion.
Once again, were the employees notified and they agreed to teach these courses next year?
Yes.
Thank you.
I will say this, when the superintendent and assistant superintendents put things on the agenda, it's my expectation that they're put on there with some level of competency in their recommendation. They're your best recommendation. And I'm not in the business of micromanaging employees.
Any further board member comments? Hearing none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Paul's draft, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item 10J, declaration of need for fully qualified educators. Motion to consider.
Kelly Jensen, so moved.
Paul's
Kelly,
draft, second.
Ken, Dr. Zahakian.
Thank you. Declaration certifies that the district does their due diligence in terms of employment search to recruit a fully prepared teacher for an appropriate assignment.
Board member discussion. Hearing none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Paul's draft, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. Motion carries 5-0. Education Services 11A, early pre-K presentation. Dr. Zahakian.
Thank you. It's a short presentation for the early universal pre-K program. With that, Ms. Shaw and her team was working on this presentation for the board, and this goes to LACO as well. So Ms. Shaw.
Good evening, President Jorgensen and fellow board members. I have my team hopefully still on Zoom. Ms. Chun and Ms. Moynihan worked diligently on our universal pre-K. So just a quick short presentation. So then you have to have a Ms. Chun as a co-host on there so you can share her screen. No worries. Last time she stayed up for midnight for a song, so I'm sure she's on there for me. Yes, Nicole Chung.
While we're paused and waiting, Yolanda, I do want to thank you for stepping out of your comfort zone and handling this. I know it's not your normal duty, so thank you for stepping up.
Nicole, are you there?
I'm here.
We
can hear, we won't see, but maybe we can hear.
Okay.
We're not sure if Nicole Moynihan's on there, but Nicole, do you have screen share?
I do. It's just the options are limited, so I will do my best.
Okay. Oh, it's clicking on. Let's see what we got.
All right, so. Okay. All right. I know Ms. Shaw already said so, but this is based on this work in the plan drafted is based on the collective efforts of Ms. Shaw, Mrs. Moynihan, and myself. So I may be the one speaking, but this is not just my efforts. Sorry, I have to close these annotation things. Okay. So just briefly, transitional kindergarten was initiated in, I can't see, in 2010. Primarily to make up for a shortfall of when they changed the eligibility dates for kindergarten. And then
Nicole, your screen is still white.
my screen is still white. Okay, let me try again.
That's what Wisconsin looks like.
Try again. Is that better?
There we go.
Yes, thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know how to make technology work. Okay, let's try. So fast forwarding to 2021, actually 2015 was the first assembly bill, but 2021 really universalized access to TK, and the goals being that we're going to open TK to all 4-year-olds over the course of the next 4 years. And by 2025-26 school year, it would be available to all students that are 4 turning 5 in that school year. So that's just as part of the rollout. Currently, TK is available to students who are turning 5 between September 2nd and December 2nd. And so for each successive year, we will add 2 months. And then finally by September 1st for that 25-26 school year. AAD USD is focused on supporting a coherent early educational system that begins for most students in providing access to transitional kindergarten for all 4-year-olds by the 2025-26 school year, as well as a combination of creating a comprehensive day. Sorry, what am I saying? So including conference day with adding in the options of extended learning and care opportunities through our extended learning opportunities partnerships. So we will continue to offer a full day TK and then extend those learning opportunities to meet that 9-hour requirement for universal pre-kindergarten. So in planning for universal TK, AAD USD's administrative structures will support school leadership in building those connections between families and expanded learning opportunities. And we know that to successfully implement UTK, we would create a continuum of service from TK through 3rd. We're going to aim to cultivate and further collaborate with internal and external partners, work with our extended learning opportunities programs, and with our families to create inroads for expanding that program. With the already established TK, as well as our established early special education program at Meadowlark, we have access to families who are looking for support for their students. So this would also provide another option. And once again, we'll partner through our extended learning opportunity program to expand that 6.5-hour TK day to a full 9-hour day, plus 30 extra school days per year. Currently, the requirements for teaching TK is a valid multiple subject teaching credential. But by August 2023, the requirements will include the multiple subject teaching credential, as well as 24 early childhood education units, or the equivalent as determined by school districts. So in order to support that, and also in general support a quality early education program, teachers have access to a robust professional learning opportunities, including things on new and established curriculum, early literacy training, as well as our new induction support for our new teachers, In addition, we are going to be looking to train our staff in observational assessments such as ages and stages and the DRDP, which are appropriate for our early learners. According to state UPK implementation guides, it's critical for local education agencies and preschool program partners to plan for how they're going to develop select curriculum that is developmentally informed and aligned with the strengths of all students, including our multilingual students and students with disabilities, as well as ensure that we have curricula that is implemented with fidelity to support intentional quality instruction for all students. All of our adopted and planned curriculum is aligned with the early education standards. And this is just a list of the curriculum that we are currently implementing and will continue to implement in our TK classrooms. So currently, TK is in one classroom at Meadowlark. We do recognize, given the projections from Davis demographics, that potentially we may need to be looking for additional classrooms as early as the 23-24 school year. Currently, TK students have access to developmentally appropriate learning spaces and playground equipment. We can equip our classrooms and playgrounds with any necessary adaptive equipment or assistive technology. And transportation is provided to students who qualify and opt for it. In addition, transportation is provided for students who are participating in the ELOP program, and that would extend, of course, to TK students and continue to do so. So our next steps are following the presentation. This plan is my understanding is that the district will receive the survey from the state next month and provide their answers to the questions that our plan actually answers the questions we were asked when we were developing our plan.
Any questions?
Board member discussion.
Have you guys already adopted Frog Street, or is that something you're looking into?
We have adopted it.
You've already adopted it. Okay.
Yes.
And then just to be clear for the public, the ELOP, you can opt out of ELOP. It's offered, but you can opt out. And also with our district, we don't have to offer it to 100%. Isn't it 50%? 50% of the students. And I think last week we saw what your qualification, how you're going to decide which students. Okay, so that they have the 9 hours. Okay, thank you.
This Davis demographic, did they take a look at that development that's going in and consider all the water pipes are going across the valley over there?
Just a cursory glance of the report, it looked like it, but you know.
No, they're building a development. There's water pipes laying all over Red Rover Mine Road, and that tells me there's going to be a tract of people over there. And I'm sure they're not going to be some trailer court. And I think there's going to be, hopefully the housing prices are enough so young people that make ADA, that we won't talk about in the wellness center. Anyway, they're going to have some kids there, and then they'll come in. Has that been included in the projections, or does anybody have any idea when them houses are going to be done? So we can fill them with kids, and then we have our own money and we don't have to depend on charters, and the leg bones connect to the funding bone.
We have a community facilities district, Fund 49, which pays for the attorneys to discuss with the developers. And at this point, the developers are MIA, they're not returning and calling back. So it's very early stage.
Maybe I should get a task force to move some of the water pipes then until they want to call you back.
So they were not included in the.
So these projections do not include that.
No.
So if one kid moves into all them houses, then our ADA will go up one, and then our kindergarten numbers will start coming up.
We met with the developers with our attorneys over Zoom. I think it was like 5 or 6 months ago. We saw the early plans of the housing development, and they're about $4 million each. So they're not like entry level homes, which you're talking about.
Did you say 4 million?
Yeah, they're like upper, like luxury style homes.
400,000.
So even, that's what we.
So I'm not seeing a lot of behavioral problems coming in with these kids. So what do you do when the limousines pull into the parking line? That we're gonna do valet or what are we gonna, anyway, just try to get a number on what those houses are gonna be, how many they're gonna be. And Davis Demographics should be able to give you some kind of, do some frequency distribution that tells you we're gonna have some kids coming in.
I have another
Pam Walter
question.
could probably tell us all about it.
I can tell you what I know. First phase is 68 homes. Starting price is 1.5 million. There will be a total of 323 is what I,
Pam, you wanna sit up here?
I don't want to sit up there.
Yeah, you do. I know you do. I'm gonna have you sit up here.
Kenny, I know.
Okay,
Good.
okay.
Just watch yourself.
Kenny.
She's the only
Gave it
one
up
to get,
now.
she's the only one that
Kenny,
gets
any
away
further
with calling me
comments,
that.
Kenny?
I'm the only one that can call him that.
That's
Oh,
right.
no, no,
She
no.
earned it. She earned it. She comes by my house to make sure my kid's all right. Where the rest of y'all? Anyway,
I do have another question. So for this year, it's a 1 to 12 ratio. Then the following year, it's 1 to 10. So what's our projection for TK for next year?
About 7 to 10 students.
7 to 10?
Yeah.
So we're good on the ratio?
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't need to put an instructional aid in the classroom. Okay, thank you.
I'm just trying to figure out when we're gonna get flooded by the new houses. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Somebody figure that out. How many houses you sell, Pam?
Not a realtor anymore.
Bummer.
So next year, the projection is 7 to 10 kids, but the following year, we're projecting to need 2 rooms. So we're expecting a big growth in that area.
Hopefully, we're hopeful that that's the way it's going.
Based on the report itself and Davis Demographics, a possible need for a second classroom for the outgoing year for 23-24. Yes.
Yeah, you can only have 12 kids.
You can only have 12 kids in a room.
You can have 12 kids in a room, or you can have 12 kids with 1 adult in a room. So then you can have 24 kids with 2 adults in 1 room.
You could.
So when you say, like, from what I'm hearing is that we're gonna need 2 rooms, which means that we're gonna at least have 30 kids. So we're growing from 7 to 10 kids to 30 kids in a span of 1 year. Is that correct?
Nicole, can you go back to that slide to show the number?
Sorry, yeah. Let me see.
I don't remember what the formula that was on the.
I just took the numbers from that Davis
The
demographics report. See,
Yeah,
kind of
no, we
share
know
here.
that.
If they're not. Okay, I think I have the right share.
The numbers that were in there,
So that's showing.
That's showing 16.5 for next year, but what you're saying is 7 to 10 for next year. So are we going off of the Davis demographics, or are we going off of the
I'm going
7 to
off-
10?
I'm going off of 7 to 10 based off of our P2 and annual attendance. That's our most current figures. That's what I'm going on.
So you're going off of what we actually,
A more conservative approach, yes, because I'm not seeing that type of volume coming in of the kindergarten roundup or anything.
thank you for taking the conservative approach. I appreciate that.
But the chart is correct, because once you get to 26.3, you do need 2 classrooms, because you can't put more than 24 kids in 1 classroom for TK. So this chart is showing the correct, if those numbers do pan out, which would be great, but. So when you get to 16.5, you need a teacher with an 8.
Nicole, thank you for your hard work on this. I'm sorry we didn't get to see you, but that's okay.
Nicole, your slides were beautiful, much better than the ones I saw the other night at a different board meeting.
And thanks, Michelle, for your team's work.
Nicole, can you arrange for me to meet that 0.5 kid? I'm interested in that.
Now I feel bad for making the same joke. Thanks, Ken.
Move on. Business services 12. Okay, here's where we have our first amendment to the agenda. We have 12A. A contract with Leadership Associates Strategic Plan 2022 not to exceed $21,250. Motion to consider.
Kelly Jensen, so moved.
Kelly,
Falls Graph second.
Ken, Dr. Zahaki.
Thank you. So just based on history, back in 2016, 2017, Leadership Associates supported the planning process for our district's strategic planning facilitation to develop what we know now as student achievement 1.0, community engagement 2.0, and so forth, so on. So I'm seeking board approval for a new contract with Leadership Associates, same consultants, in order for their support to facilitate the strategic planning process with our trustees, of course, to develop an updated district strategic goal initiative. Thank you.
Board member discussion? Hearing none, call the question.
Yeah. No, I just think that it's nice to have someone from outside that can lead this work so that it doesn't appear that the plan's already been decided. And from what we've heard from the community, they can be a part of it. They can express what they would like to see in our district. The strategic plan is something that moves the district forward. So everyone's on the same, has the same goals. We know which direction we want to move in. It's not coming from the board. It's not coming from the superintendent. It's coming from input of our community. So that's why you would like to have an outside consultant do this work so that it becomes the plan of the community. So just so that we're clarifying.
Okay, as a point of clarification, this was Callie's presidential year initiative to put a strategic plan together. It was rolled out to the community. Many people participated. It is now, what, 3 years? Yeah, it's time to update this and make sure we're on the right track with the LCAP and take some more input. So this is just standard process. You got an objective person that was familiar with where we were in the first place, and then you're just kind of updating it to make sure we're relevant. That's it.
No further discussion, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, aye.
Falls Graph, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. Motion carries. Item 12B, local indicator self-reflection to LCAP. Motion to consider.
I'll motion.
Brianna,
Kelly will second.
Kelly, Dr. Zahaki.
Thank you. As part of the adoption for the LCAP plan, the local indicator self-reflection tool is a requirement for all LEAs school districts to complete and report out. And with that, Mr. Mirza.
Yeah, it's just it's not a presentation per se, but it's our local performance indicators on how we are based on stakeholder feedback and our state priorities as far as having access to instructional materials, how our facility inspections are, and how we rate ourselves as a district and what areas where we can improve on. And so as we presented to you at the LCAP, our academics were, our scores suffered quite a bit. We saw a slight increase in math. So we obviously, kind of rated ourselves according to those results. We had, on the positive side, we did have 100% facility inspections. We had really good graduation rates, low suspension rates. Our attendance is another area that we continue to struggle on. And so that's another area that when you rate, they have like a rating scale from 1 through 5, 1 being the lowest and 5 being the highest. And so we get to decide as a district where we see ourselves fall in that. It's just a compliance item to follow with the LCAP.
Board member discussion.
Do you have that? I haven't seen a hard copy.
Yeah, it's right attached.
Just quickly go through, where you rated yourself.
Yeah.
Can we just slide through them very quickly for public?
Yeah, they're different sections. So if you keep scrolling, see, it talks about parent and family engagement. We base that off of our surveys and our stakeholder meetings. Self-reflection tools, keep going, keep scrolling, keep going down a little bit. Sorry. Go
Those
in.
ones that you have to rate yourself
Right there, right there, right there. So Common Core, academic standards, ELA, English learning, mathematics, 5 Common Core standards, meaning our progress in making that. We're rating ourselves a 5, but academically, we are struggling in that area.
Yeah, because you're giving yourself a 5 that you're talking about Common Core academic standards. Scroll down.
We're fully implementing it, but we have a lot of room to go.
Mhm.
I think you see the ratings here where it says like we're exploring, beginning development. All of our academics are in full implementation mode. It's just that we could definitely improve our scores.
Correct. Scroll down.
So right here, career technical education. We talked about, bringing additional programs in as far as Paxton Patterson Lab, the carpenters. So kind of rating ourselves like we're just beginning that development phase of it, and we could continue to expand. Talk about visual and performing arts. You guys approved the arts plan last board meeting, so that's why we're kind of rating ourselves like we have a few
Yes.
arts programs, but we still have room to grow.
Looking at some of these, I would think you guys were pretty hard on yourselves in certain areas.
Just
Mhm.
try to say it how we feel.
Which means you have high expectations. School climate, scroll down.
So school climate, it just kind of talks about our 100% in our facilities, and then our climate and culture is based off of our results that we receive from our students, family, and parents,
Okay.
the feedback that we got. That's it.
So would you say that it's important to respond to surveys, that we actually really look at the surveys? So when people think they don't have a voice and they think we're just giving out another survey, it's important to this kind of work. And when we talk about strategic plans, we talk about the LCFF, the LCAP, and all of those things, it's really important for our community to just take a moment and to respond to some of these surveys, because they mean a lot to our district as to programs and things that we're doing. Would you
Yes,
agree?
Yes, I agree.
So you have any deficiency notice of corrective findings or action demands from LACO on this?
No.
Would you say that the discretionary funding that you have, you're trying to focus towards most need?
Yes.
Would you say that we finally meaningfully rolling out EL?
Yes.
It finally, we're the second oldest school district, and it just happened this year. Yeah, look at that. When you want to talk about what the school is doing, that's what I'm looking at. I don't make everybody happy, but that's what I'm looking at. So, and Mr. Mirza, I'm familiar with this idea where you rate yourself low, and then next year your numbers go up, and then you look like 0. Thank you. That's slick. Next. They got it, dude. They got it.
I do agree with Kelly that some of these areas were pretty harsh. My question is, when at the bottom of every one of them, they have the blue box that says, what you're doing and then how you can improve. Is there a plan in place like this one says, the district can improve upon connections with families by providing additional opportunities for input? Are we going to then revisit all of these where the district can improve and actually come up with additional opportunities for input and implement those? Or is this something that we're just going to go ahead and check the boxes and complete the task that we were asked to do so that we could not get our hand slapped from LACO and just put it in a drawer?
No, so these tie in directly to our LCAP goal 4 and 5, or sorry, 3 and 5 deal directly with our community engagement and how we do. And we base it off of our surveys and our stakeholder meetings. And we have a set percentage that we have to meet, so we actually have to meet that goal. And so if we send out surveys and stakeholder meetings and we get the same type of negative feedback, then we're not improving. And so then it's a problem. We have to implement things that we need to engage our community and partner with. Yeah, so yeah. It's an active living document.
Well, it's a live document, and it's constantly up for assessment.
Thank you, guys.
I have nothing else. Thank you for your good work. Let's call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls Gap, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Walter, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. 12B moves. 12C, LCAP adoption. Motion to consider.
So moved, Kelly Jensen.
Chad seconds. Dr. Zahaki.
Sure. At the last board meeting, we had a formal presentation of the LCAP plan for adoption. So it's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the plan and adopt the LCAP plan for our district, please.
Board member discussion. Hearing none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls Gap, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Walter, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. Motion carries. 12D, 2022-23 budget adoption. Motion to consider.
A motion.
Brianna,
Kelly Jensen, second.
Kelly, Dr. Zahaki.
So I want to just publicly thank Mr. Mirza again for his budget presentation and his team for the 22-23 budget. It's our recommendation that the Board of Trustees adopt the budget moving forward for 22-23 for our district, please.
Board member discussion.
Mr. Mirza,
What does your forecast look like for the next 3 years? Are you in negative certification?
We are not.
Is there any indicator that we won't be in positive certification? That
No,
we won't be able to pay our bills?
no.
How much charter revenue did you get this year?
1% of the total.
Did you make more than what it cost you to supply the services?
No.
So how could you, when you were getting $4 and $5 million a few years ago, not you, I think you were at a prison taking care of people that were doing that before. I know what I'm saying. Don't kid yourself. I always know what I'm saying. At the end of the day, how is it that you're surviving without the charter revenue? I already know the answer. Never mind. It was a rhetorical question. Thank you for fulfilling my campaign promise. Thank you.
Thank you for your hard work on this. That's all I have.
As always, Dr. Money, you're spot on. So thank you for your diligent work.
Did you get that degree yet, Doc? Not yet. Keep up the good work. I appreciate you and your staff putting this together. No further discussion. Call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls Gap, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Walter, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, I. Motion carries 5-0. 12E, CCTV system and intercoms at all sites. Motion to consider. Chad,
Kelly, second.
Kelly, Dr. Zahaki.
The CCTV system is for all sites, all 3 of our schools, includes the district office. It would entail a buzzer system at the main office, an intercom for each front office as well, and a camera. I don't know if Mr. Mirza has anything that he wants to add to this.
Doctor, did you say? Oh,
I did it just.
are you taking appointments? Okay, one check. Board member discussion? Kelly? Okay. No discussion.
Hearing
Katie?
none.
Oh, I didn't know if you were done. So this is so we can keep our front doors at all of our sites locked. And office staff would be able to buzz people in. They would be able to communicate back and forth with somebody standing outside before they get buzzed in.
Yes, they'll have a separate monitor where you can see who's coming in and out and be able to talk to them and buzz them in.
Thank you.
I'm glad to see that we're upgrading because we're in a remote area. If we need assistance, it's 20, 30 minutes away. So I'm glad that we're providing staff with that additional
student safety security, where they can say, how can I help you? And why are you here? No, we didn't order pizza. Sorry, go away. That I know when I work at Cal State Bakersfield, I go to a lot of the campuses in the AV district, and they all have something similar to this. And even though they know me, I have to buzz in, they go through the process. So there's always that security on campus.
I have one more question. When is this expected to be implemented? Will we have it before school starts in August?
That's the hope. So after today, we're gonna pass this over to Ernesto, our maintenance director, and he's gonna get right on it and try to get it implemented and on time for start of school.
Thank you.
Are you confident with that? Because I want to be able to make campaign promises.
No, I'm not
Okay.
confident with that. We're gonna try.
Call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls Graph, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, I motion carries. 12F, bus yard security system, motion to consider.
Kelly Jensen, I.
I'll second.
And Brianna seconds. Dr. Zahakian.
We've recently had some catalytic converter issues, as some of us know, and with that and some new buses on their way or here, we're looking to go ahead and upgrade a security system, which will have a laser detection system for the bus yard. So this is on.
Board member discussion.
Is this prison quality stuff?
Laser detection, are we gonna laser beam them as they come to the
Is
gate?
that
It's like motion detector.
So when is this?
We'll go in.
They're already, they've started the fence, and so.
So I mean, I can't get to the buses, just take the rest of the converters before you get it finished.
That's- Yeah, no.
Okay.
no further discussion? Call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls Graph, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, I motion carries. 12G, 5-year copier printer lease for Acton Agua Dulce Unified School District. Motion to consider.
I'll motion.
Brianna. Chad seconds. Dr. Sakian.
Mr. Mirza does a great job of vetting for, the best pricing when it comes to contracts, so I commend him for that. This is a five-year lease for all copiers, printers for all sites, school sites, including the DO. And when I say all sites, classrooms as well, printers and copiers, so.
Board member discussion. Hearing none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls Graph, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Jorgensen, I motion carries 5-0. 12H, resolution number 2021-22.19, authorizing use of remote teleconferencing provisions, AB 361. Motion to consider.
I'll motion.
Second.
Brianna, who's seconding?
Kelly second.
Kelly. Dr. Zakian.
This is for our board meetings to continue with the option of Zoom, of course, hybrid Zoom as well as in person moving forward.
Board member discussion. Hearing none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls Graph, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, I motion carries. Item 13, calendar information, Dr. Zahakian.
Just a correction to what we have on the agenda. Regular meeting of a school board will be August 11th, not August 14th as printed.
Have discussion. When are we gonna have a special, when are we gonna have a special board meeting to take care of the unaddressed personnel report that died on the vine tonight? When do we need to do that so we can keep our school staff? I think that somebody from the superintendent's office, I'm used to you making competent recommendations for hire. I don't want to get out in the weeds. I don't want to talk about how many Band-Aids my grandma has on her corns or anything like that. But we have people who need to go to work and we need to get this addressed. So I would suggest that somebody from the district office reach out, get this resolved, and then call a special board meeting so we can make sure everybody knows that they got a good job tomorrow. And in the next discussion, we won't be discussing people's personal medical history and when they're gonna come off back and when they're not. That's why I left the dais. So can we look at our calendars and figure out when we're gonna have the next board meeting? We could probably have it in 15 minutes because it could be an emergency board meeting. I don't know.
Any other board member discussion?
Do we need to go to closed session? Do you need to go to closed session and get this worked out, come back out and reopen it? I make a motion that board members that wish to go into closed session to discuss this for the further information they need without violating HIPAA and FERPA laws, go back there and then come back out. Maybe we can discuss this and get the vote made tonight.
I'll second.
Thank you. Call the question on
Hold on, Brianna seconded. Ken, motion to adjourn for closed session to consider the warrant register item,
this personnel action report.
excuse me, the PAR report. Call the question.
Kelly.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Paul's driving aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, I motion carries. We'll adjourn briefly for closed session.
For Brianna. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, we're going to return to the regular agenda closed session, return from closed session at 11:21. And the report out from the action that was taken in closed session is that the action is that we're going to reconsider the PAR as presented and vote on the PAR report.
Kelly Jensen, so moved.
Kelly moves, Chad seconds, board member discussion. Hearing none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, aye.
Falls, you have aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. The motion carries 5-0. Future agenda items. Any board member or Dr. Saki in future agenda items?
I have something to add.
I do too.
I do
Okay, let's go
too.
down the list. Kelly, you have anything? Ken?
I would like to, I'm on my charter rant. I would like to, it seems like we only hear from our charters. I'm not interested in hearing a report from the charter director, because the financial aspect of it tells me everything I need to know. But what usually happens is you're gonna have renewals coming up and material revisions and things. And I would like to start inviting our charter people in just to say hi, the people that we made our agreements with, just to bring them and say hello. And then what we can do is just have them give us an update or say whatever it is they want to say, right? And I think I would like to start with the boundary in boundary charters. And I think I would like to start with the charters that have the biggest boundary enrollment, which means I would like to see Dawn and Amber from iLead come in and say hi and tell us what's going on. I think there's a spot for this under the superintendent's report. It's kind of an informal thing like that. So instead of having submittals, which we don't seem to have any, it's just hi, say hi to our charter partners. They don't have to come in if they don't want to, but I like to hear from them too first.
I'll second that.
Thank you. So we should call that one the question.
Kelly
Call-
Jensen, aye.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, discussion.
Call the question for charter renewal presentations in district first, largest to smallest. Second, who moved?
Ken
Ken
and then
moved,
Brianna.
Ken moved,
second.
Brianna second, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, aye.
Falls, you have aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. Brianna, anything?
I would like a report on the wellness clinic that everybody's talking about. I would specifically like to see the difference or to hear the difference between the wellness center and the wellness clinic. I believe these two are getting muddled together. Wellness clinic or wellness center has been a discussion on our campuses for a while. We started building a wellness center just before COVID at High Desert. That's now the CTE lab or the Paxton Patterson lab. So that went away, but I believe that we're merging them together. And I would like a report of what each one of them is and the differences and what is currently on our campus and what is being discussed on our campus. Are we actually bringing it to our campus?
I'll second that.
Just while we're discussing this, I need to know that the planned public outreach meetings that you've had, I would suggest that we have at least one more of those before we go into informed discussion, because I don't need a free for all. Chad, you were very humble about your involvement in the meeting. we were hearing some stuff that I was going, "Ugh," and when I go, "Ugh," it's pretty crazy. So Chad was in the meeting and I was in the meeting, and I think we would have one more superintendent discussion, invite everybody to come in and give their input as they did. And then have the meeting. I'll support what Brianna wants to do.
Absolutely. And if I could just chime in really quick, the reason why it hasn't been brought forward formally as a report or presentation to the trustees and the community is for the fact that I'm just gauging the need, number one, and the purpose, if would it actually serve our community here for Vasquez and the community as a whole. So we've had 2 Zoom meetings. I take it back. We had a Tuesday Talk Zoom meeting and an in-person at Vasquez with a low turnout, but I'm more than happy to set up a 3rd one so that we could clarify between Wellbeing Center, LACO, and then Wellness Center that's been established by counselors in Vasquez.
So I just want to be clear, I don't want to force you into bringing a presentation to the school, to the board before you're ready. What I was asking for was clarification on the difference between the two and what do we currently have on our campus, and just some clarification for what everybody's talking about.
And I can present to the board.
Yeah, so if you're not ready to bring a, what did you call it, a wellness?
The LACO one and DPH is called Wellbeing.
Well-being center.
Correct.
So there's a wellness center and a
And
well-being
well-being.
center.
Correct.
So if you're not ready to bring a presentation on a well-being center yet, that's fine. Just the difference between the wellness center
Sure.
and the well-being
Not a
center
problem.
would be awesome.
Not a problem.
So typically what happens is if we put something on the agenda, it's staff's prerogative to figure out when it's fully baked to bring that forward. I will say that it's come a long way in discussion from people being picked up for 5150 and calling that county support. But we can always go back to that. But they don't force things on us that we don't want. So I think the discussion, I think I would carry that on the future agenda items report. And when you're ready to talk to, but I'm going to be asking questions about how many people participated. I'm going to want to know more about board member involvement. The synopsis you gave of what you heard there, Chad, that we need more of that.
Call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls Graph, aye.
Brianna, I.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. Mr. Wadsworth.
My request is that, for the public's knowledge, is a hours of operation for the district office. What times our 3 superintendents tend to work, Monday through Friday, whatever, 9 to 5, 10 to 2, whatever the number is. So the public is aware of when you guys are here and when they're not, along with your staff that's inside this office. Would be great, just for public trust, please. Anybody second it?
I'll second. Can I add to that as well?
Sure.
Which employees are working from the office and which employees are working from home, which positions? I don't need employee names, but the actual position, working from home or working from the office. And then I will second.
Discussion. Do we currently have people still working from home? On a regular basis?
Not on a regular basis, no.
So currently they're supposed to be in-house working.
Correct.
We did have during COVID, we allowed some work from home.
Yes,
Currently the assignment is they're working in-house.
correct.
Okay. And when you said that, wait, do we have people working? Yeah. So I think maybe could I add to yours that, hey, like an organizational flow chart, and here's the people, the staff, general, whatever, by number, or just by title of position, not person.
So I've been discussing with my immediate team and Ms. McCauley, of course, Ms. Shaw and Mr. Mears about a functional organizational chart.
Yeah.
So that's something that's in the works as well. So,
okay,
thank you.
Call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls Graph, no.
Brianna Texoni, I.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. Motion carries 4-1.
Item 15, adjournment. Do I have a motion to consider adjournment?
I'll motion.
Chad second.
Brianna, Chad, discussion? Hearing none, call the question.
Kelly Jensen, I.
Falls Graph, aye.
Brianna Texoni, aye.
Chad Wadsworth, aye.
Tim Jorgensen, aye. Motion's carried. We'll adjourn at 11:30 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Everybody have a safe summer if you're traveling, please.